Hi guys, tonight we descend beneath Britain into cold underground air, flickering torchlight, fog-covered ruins, wet stone tunnels, quiet medieval villages, ancient forests at night, echoing chambers, distant dripping water, and buried staircases that seem to lead not only downward but backward. Somewhere beneath modern roads, beneath church floors, beneath Roman foundations and older earthworks, there are traces of people who lived, worked, prayed, feared, traded, buried their dead, and vanished without leaving us a name. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And as you settle in, tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what your local time is right now. Now, dim the lights and imagine you are standing on a quiet hill in Britain just after sunset. The air is damp and cool, a thin mist drifts over the grass, moving slowly between broken stones and low hedgerows. Far away, sheep make small sounds in the darkening fields. A village sits below you, warm with yellow windows. But up here the land feels older than the houses, older than the church tower, older even than the road that curves toward the horizon. You step carefully across the wet ground. Under your boots, the soil is soft. It gives slightly, as if the earth is not solid at all but layered. Beneath the grass may be medieval walls. Beneath those, Roman Britain. Beneath the Roman streets, Iron Age ditches. Beneath those, older tracks, older fires, older graves, older hands. Historians still debate whether Britain should be imagined as a sequence of separate civilizations, one replacing another, or as a deep, tangled memory where each age reused the ruins of the last. The deeper you look, the less certain the island becomes. You notice a stone half buried beside the path. It is not dramatic. It does not glow. It does not announce itself. But its surface is too straight to feel natural. Moss clings to one side. Rainwater has collected in a shallow groove across its face. Perhaps it was part of a wall. Perhaps a threshold. Perhaps nothing at all. And that is where the mystery begins. Ancient Britain rarely gives itself away in complete forms. It appears as shadows in fields, dark stains in soil, fragments of pottery, burned grain, broken tools, buried timber, human bone, and strange alignments that only become visible from the air. You do not find one lost civilization beneath Britain like a sealed city waiting behind a stone door. Instead, you find layers of human life pressed together so tightly that the island itself becomes the hidden chamber. You walk toward a ruined church at the edge of the hill. Its tower is dark against the last blue of the evening. Ivy crawls over the stones. The door is locked, but near the wall, a narrow stair drops into a crypt. The steps are slick with moisture. Cold air rises from below, carrying the smell of old stone, dust, and rain-soaked earth. You pause. The world above feels ordinary. The world below feels watchful. No one fully understands why certain places in Britain were reused for thousands of years. A spring becomes a shrine. A burial mound becomes a landmark. A Roman temple rises near an older sacred site. A church stands where people may have gathered long before Christianity reached the island. Some scholars suggest practical reasons, such as roads, water, and visibility. Others suspect that memory itself clung to these places, even when the original meaning had been forgotten. You descend one step, then another. The sound changes. Wind fades. Your breathing becomes clearer. Somewhere below, water drips at a slow, patient rhythm. The stones around you are medieval, perhaps, but one block in the wall looks different, larger, older, reused from another structure. It may have come from a Roman building, or from something the Romans themselves found already standing. This is the feeling that follows you through ancient Britain. Every ruin may be resting on another ruin. Every story may be covering an older silence. Today, we think of Britain through maps, motorways, towns, and glowing screens. But for prehistoric humans, ancient Britain was a world of forests, rivers, marshes, chalk hills, dangerous weather, and paths remembered by foot rather than written down. Travel was slow. Distance felt larger. Night arrived with real power. A cave, a mine, a burial chamber, or an underground passage was not just a place beneath the earth. It was a threshold. You reach the bottom of the stair. The chamber is low and still. Torchlight would have trembled here. Candle smoke would have stained the ceiling. The walls hold the cold like memory. And although this crypt is not ancient in the deepest sense, it teaches you how Britain hides itself. Down here, centuries are compressed into silence. Archaeologists remain divided on how far we should go when connecting scattered evidence into larger patterns. A ditch here, a mine there, a chambered tomb miles away, a drowned forest offshore, a Roman cellar beneath London, a sacred cave in the west. Are these separate traces of separate lives, or are they pieces of a wider relationship with the underground world? You move your hand close to the wall without touching it. The stone looks wet. In the dimness, it seems almost alive. Above you, Britain continues as normal. Cars pass. Rain taps on roofs. Someone makes tea in a kitchen. Someone walks a dog along a lane that may follow a prehistoric route. Yet below that ordinary surface, the buried city, the forgotten kingdom, the ancient mines, and the underground chambers remain. Not as one simple secret. As many. That is why the idea of a lost civilization buried beneath Britain is so powerful. It is not only about one vanished people, it is about the possibility that human history is far less complete than we pretend. It is about the uncomfortable gap between what happened and what survived. You step back toward the stair, but before you climb, you listen. There is only water, a drip, a pause, another drip, and in that quiet rhythm, you begin to understand the journey ahead. We will move from Roman Britain to prehistoric humans, from ancient ruins to hidden underground tunnels, from Celtic Britain to medieval churches, from mines and tombs to drowned lands beneath the sea. We will follow archaeologists through soil and shadow, but we'll also follow the feeling that remains when evidence runs out. Researchers continue to question how much of ancient Britain has been lost beneath later building, farming, erosion, flooding, and simple time. The answer is not comforting. It may be more than we can imagine. You climb back toward the mist. At the top of the stair, the night has deepened. The village lights below look smaller now. The hill feels colder. The ruined church stands behind you, quiet and patient, as if it knows that below every answer is another buried layer. And so you begin walking, not quickly, just slowly enough to feel the ground beneath you. Because tonight, the island is not a place you cross. It is a place you descend into. You leave the ruined hill behind and walk into Britain before Rome. The mist thickens as the path lowers between dark hedgerows. The modern village fades from view, and with it, the comfort of named streets, written records, and dated buildings. Ahead, the land begins to change. The road becomes a track. The track becomes a muddy line between trees. The trees crowd closer, wet with night air, their branches bending like old watchers over your head. This is ancient Britain before the legions came. Not empty, never empty. You step into a world of farms, hill forts, river crossings, sacred groves, timber, roundhouses, cattle pens, smoky hearths, iron tools, woven cloaks, bronze ornaments, salt trade, grain storage, and paths known by memory. Roman writers later described the island from outside eyes, often with fear, curiosity, and imperial arrogance. But the people already living here did not see themselves as shadows waiting for Rome. They had families, alliances, rivalries, rituals, songs, skills, and landscapes filled with meaning. Still, historians continue to question how much we can truly know about them, because most of their lives were not written down by their own hands. You walk toward a settlement hidden behind a low rise. At first, you see only smoke. Thin grey lines climb from rounded rooftops and drift into the damp sky. Then the houses appear. They are circular, built from timber posts, wattle, daub, and thatch. Firelight glows through doorways. Dogs stir near the edges. Somewhere, a child coughs. Somewhere else, a woman grinds grain, the stone turning with a soft scraping sound that seems to belong to every ancient night. The smell is earthy and human. Wood smoke, wet wool, animals, cooked barley, old leather, and soil. You pause outside the settlement boundary. There is no marble here, no Latin inscription, no straight Roman street. Yet the place is organised. Fences guide movement. Storage pits are cut into the ground. Ditches mark space and ownership. Paths lead outward toward fields, woods, rivers, and distant hill forts. This is not a wilderness. It is a lived landscape. And yet, something about it remains hard to see. Archaeologists remain divided on how centralised power was in parts of Iron Age Britain. Some evidence suggests local chiefs, strongholds, and elite families controlling trade and warfare. Other evidence points to more fluid communities, where authority shifted with season, kinship, wealth, and ritual status. You feel that uncertainty as you stand in the dark, because the settlement is alive in front of you, but the meanings behind it are half hidden. You move closer to one of the roundhouses. Inside, the fire burns low. The roof traps smoke until it escapes through the thatch. People sit near the warmth, repairing tools, telling stories, eating from simple bowls. Their world is practical, but not simple. They know which plants heal, which berries harm, where the river floods, when cattle must be moved, how iron behaves in heat, how wood bends, how weather changes by scent and cloud. Today, you might check a glowing screen for directions. Here, you would learn the land through repetition. A certain oak means a turning point. A bright stone near a stream means safe water. A mound on the horizon means ancestors, warning, boundary, or memory. No one fully understands how many of these ancient markers vanished under the later roads. Farms, churches, and cities. You step back from the doorway and follow a path leading up toward a hill fort. The climb is slow. Grass brushes your legs. The air grows colder. Above, the outline of earth banks appears against the evening sky. The fort is not a castle in the medieval sense. It is made from earth, timber, chalk, stone, and labour. Its ditches are deep. Its entrances are controlled. Its banks turn the hill itself into architecture. You walk through the gateway. The wind changes here. It moves across the open summit with a low whisper. From this height, you can see faint fires below, scattered across the landscape like stars fallen into valleys. Each light may be a household, each household part of a wider network of trade, marriage, obligation, fear, and memory. Some scholars suggest hill forts were defensive refuges. Others believe they were symbols of power, gathering places, storage centres, markets, or sacred spaces. The answer may be all of these, depending on the time and place. Ancient Britain rarely allows one clean explanation. You kneel near a ditch where the soil has been cut. In the exposed layers, you imagine pottery fragments, animal bones, charred grain, bits of metalwork, and the dark stains of posts that once held buildings upright. These are the small things from which entire worlds must be rebuilt. A broken pot can reveal trade. A pig bone can suggest feasting. A charred seed can speak of crops. A burial posture can raise questions that no one can safely answer. Then you notice something quieter. A path leaving the hill fort does not go toward the easiest valley. It turns toward a grove and disappears into the trees. You follow it. The forest closes in. Branches drip with moisture. The ground is soft with old leaves. Your footsteps make little sound. Somewhere, water runs over stone. The path leads to a spring, where clear water rises from the earth and gathers in a shallow pool. Around it, the air feels still. Places like this mattered. Across ancient Britain, watery places drew offerings. Rivers, bogs, springs, and lakes received weapons, ornaments, coins, tools, and sometimes human remains. Researchers continue to question whether these acts were gifts to gods, displays of wealth, rites of passage, political gestures, or attempts to communicate with unseen forces beneath the surface of the world. You crouch beside the spring. The water reflects a piece of pale sky. Beneath the surface, and stones glimmer faintly. You imagine a bronze object lowered carefully into the cold water, not thrown away, given, hidden, transformed by being placed where human hands could no longer easily reach it. This is where ancient Britain begins to feel underground even before you enter a tunnel. The hidden world is not only below soil, it is under water, under memory, under later names. When Rome eventually looked at Britain, it saw resources, territory, tribes, resistance, and opportunity. But beneath that Roman gaze was a far older mental map. The people here already knew sacred hills, boundary ditches, ancestral mounds, dangerous marshes, ancient mines, and places where the dead remained close. Historians still debate whether Roman conquest erased these beliefs, or merely covered them with new buildings and new language. You rise from the spring and continue through the trees. Night settles fully now. The settlement fires are behind you. The hill fort is a shadow above the horizon. Somewhere in the dark, cattle shift in an enclosure. Somewhere, a gate creaks. Somewhere, a person looks up at the same clouded moon and reads meaning in it that you cannot recover. That is the first great unease of this journey. Before Rome reached the shore, Britain was already ancient to itself. Its people were not waiting to be discovered. They were living inside a dense world of memory, trade, ritual, and survival. And if there was a lost civilization buried beneath Britain, it may not have looked like an empire with palaces and kings. It may have looked like paths, fires, fields, hill forts, springs, and stories carried in voices that disappeared before anyone wrote them down. You turn back toward the dark track. The mud holds your footprints for a while. Then slowly, in the damp night, it begins to close over them. You leave the spring behind and follow the track until the trees begin to thin. The night does not disappear all at once. It loosens slowly. A grey light gathers over the hills, and the land becomes visible in layers. First the nearest grass, then the hedges, then the dark backs of distant ridges. Mist rests in the low places, filling the valleys like pale water. Somewhere beyond the fields, a road waits, not a modern road. Not yet. You walk toward the line where Roman Britain will one day cut across the island with stone, gravel, drainage, measurement, and imperial certainty. At first, there is only a path. It curves with the land. It avoids wet ground. It follows ridges where feet stay dry and sightlines are clear. It passes near water, but not too near. It moves between settlements, burial places, grazing land, and hill forts. Generations have used it without naming it on a map. Hooves have pressed it down. Bare feet and leather shoes have hardened it. Traders have carried salt, metalwork, grain, hides, ornaments, and stories along it. Then, in your mind, Centuries shift. The Romans arrive. The path straightens. You see surveyors standing in cold morning light, looking across the British landscape with instruments, poles, cords, and practiced eyes. Soldiers move behind them. Engineers consider slope, drainage, distance, and military need. Trees are cut, earth is levelled, ditches are dug. Layers of stone and gravel are laid down with a patience that feels almost unnatural against the older, wandering tracks. Roman roads are among the most famous features of ancient Britain, and they changed the island deeply. They connected forts, towns, ports, mines and markets, and administrative centres. They allowed soldiers to move quickly, messages to travel, goods to circulate, and imperial control to reach inland. Yet archaeologists still debate how often Roman roads followed older prehistoric routes, and how often they imposed entirely new lines across the land. You step onto the road, it is firm beneath your feet. In the dawn light, it runs ahead with a quiet confidence, vanishing into mist. The surface is cold. Rainwater gathers in shallow places and slips toward the ditches. On either side, the land seems older, softer, less certain. The road feels like an argument made in stone, but beneath it, there may be another memory. Some Roman roads in Britain appear to respect earlier movement corridors. Not always, not neatly, but enough to raise questions. Before the legions, people already knew the best ridges, river crossings, chalk downs, and passes through difficult country. A Roman engineer might arrive with imperial authority, but the land had already been studied by thousands of years of human walking. You move along the road and listen. There is a faint sound of sandals, cartwheels, iron fittings, animals breathing, leather creaking, soldiers speaking Latin, local traders speaking older languages, and rain ticking softly on helmets. The road is not empty, it is a vein. Through it flows conquest, trade, fear, opportunity, and memory. Some scholars suggest Roman roads erased older landscapes by forcing movement into official channels. Others argue that they often strengthened ancient routes by paving what people already used. The truth may lie somewhere in the damp ground between those ideas. You pass a milestone, its inscription is worn in your imagination, but you can still feel what it represents. Distance measured, territory claimed, the emperor's name carried into the countryside. A person walking here would be reminded that they were moving through a world now counted by Rome. And yet, just beyond the road, a low mound rises in a field. It does not belong to Rome. You leave the road and cross the grass. The mound is rounded and quiet, softened by weather. It may be a burial mound, or the remains of some older earthwork. Sheep graze nearby without concern. The road runs past it, straight and official, but the mound remains beside it like an older sentence no one translated. No one fully understands how Roman travellers interpreted all the ancient features they passed. Did they recognize prehistoric barrows as tombs? Did local guides explain them? Did soldiers invent stories about them? Did Roman settlers build near them because the site still held local importance? Or simply because the land was useful? You stand between road and mound. This is one of the strange contradictions of Roman Britain. Rome brought writing, towns, baths, walls, forts, coins, villas, temples, and a powerful architectural language. But it did not arrive on a blank island. It entered a place already marked by earthworks, sacred waters, mines, trackways, enclosures, and ancestral places. Sometimes Rome covered them, sometimes it reused them, sometimes it avoided them, sometimes it built directly over them, as if the old world could be absorbed into the new. You return to the road and continue. The landscape opens into a shallow valley. A river crosses the route ahead. In the Roman period, there may be a bridge here, perhaps timber at first, perhaps later stone. Before that, there may have been a ford known for generations. People would have waited here in bad weather. Animals would have slipped in the mud. Goods may have been exchanged. News may have passed from one group to another beside the water. The river's not wide, but it matters. In ancient Britain, rivers were roads, boundaries, food sources, sacred places, and dangers. They carried boats, fish, offerings, and bodies. A crossing point could become a settlement. A settlement could become a Roman town. A Roman town could become a medieval borough. A medieval borough could become a modern city. Layer by layer, the same useful place could gather history until no single age owned it. Researchers continue to question how many modern routes still echo prehistoric movement. Some lanes may preserve medieval paths. Some medieval paths may preserve Roman lines. Some Roman lines may preserve older tracks. And beneath the map there may be a ghost map of ancient Britain, still shaping where people live and travel without anyone noticing. You climb a rise beyond the river. From here, the road cuts across the land with almost unsettling clarity. It ignores small curves. It passes through mist. It aims toward a distant fort that you cannot yet see. The Roman mind valued connection, order, and control. A straight road was not only practical, it was psychological. It told the traveller that the empire could impose direction on a difficult world. But as you look closer, the road is not as absolute as it first appears. It bends slightly around marshy ground. It respects the slope of a hill. It approaches a crossing that older people likely knew. It is Roman, but it is also British, shaped by rain, clay, chalk, rivers, and the inherited knowledge of those who walked before. That's the quiet mystery beneath the road. Not whether Rome built it. Rome did. The deeper question is what Rome built over. You continue walking as the sun rises behind clouds. A cart passes in your imagination, its wheels grinding softly over stone. A soldier looks toward the fields. A local farmer watches from a distance. Neither of them can see the full depth of the land beneath their feet, and neither can you. The road carries you forward, but the story pulls downward. Beneath the gravel may be an older track. Beneath the track, a memory of animals moving along a ridge. Beneath that, a hunter's route. Beneath that, perhaps only the shape of the land itself, teaching human beings where to go. Historians still debate whether ancient Britain is best understood through its monuments or through its movement. The great stones and forts remain visible, but the paths may reveal something more intimate. They show how people connected one fire to another, one valley to another, one sacred place to another, long before official history arrived. You stop at the edge of the road. Rain begins lightly. The drops darken the stones, the mist closes ahead. For a moment, the Roman road looks less like a symbol of conquest and more like a lid, a long, straight lid laid over older ways. And as you follow it into the fog, you begin to wonder how many roads in Britain are not just routes across the island, but seams stitched over buried worlds. You follow the road until the countryside begins to change. The fields draw back, the air grows heavier. The sound of water appears before the river itself, a low movement somewhere ahead in the mist. Then the land opens, and you find yourself approaching a place that will one day become one of the most powerful cities in the world. London, but not the London of glass towers, red buses, underground trains, office lights, and bridges glowing after rain. You're entering Londinium, the Roman city beside the Thames, and even here, where history seems better documented, the ground keeps refusing to be simple. You stand on the edge of the Roman settlement in the early morning. The sky's pale. Smoke rises from hearths and workshops. The river moves broad and grey nearby, carrying boats, mud, timber, cargo, and rumour. Wooden wharves reach into the water, warehouses stand close to the bank, streets climb inland from the river, damp from rain and foot traffic. A well-established piece of history is that Londinium grew after the Roman conquest into a major commercial and administrative centre. It was not the oldest place in Britain, nor the only important Roman town, but its position on the Thames made it powerful. Goods could move by river and road. Soldiers, merchants, officials, enslaved people, craftspeople, sailors, and local Britons all passed through its streets. Yet the question beneath London is older than the Roman city. You walk through a street lined with timber buildings. Some have shop fronts open to the road. Inside, you glimpse pottery, cloth, metal tools, baskets, and food. The smell is dense and layered. Smoke, fish, wet wood, animal dung, river mud, hot bread, oil lamps, and human bodies packed close together. The city is alive, but fragile. In its early decades, Londinium was burned during the revolt led by Boudicca in AD 60 or 61. Later, it was rebuilt. The evidence for that destruction survives in a dark, burnt layer beneath the modern city, a thin line of ash and ruin sealed under centuries. You imagine it below your feet, not as drama, but as a scar in the soil. The material record gives us the event, but not every human moment inside it. You pause beside a drainage channel where dirty water trickles along the street. Roman cities depended on systems that were practical and hidden. Drains, wells, cesspits, culverts, cellars, foundations, and retaining walls made urban life possible. Above ground, people saw shops, temples, houses, and official buildings. Below ground, the city had another body, darker and wetter, carrying away waste, storing goods, holding foundations in unstable earth. A small detail complicates the usual picture. Much of ancient London is not visible as standing ruin. It survives below offices, stations, basements, roads, and construction sites. The buried city is not in one place where you can simply open a gate and enter. It is scattered under the modern surface, discovered in fragments when the city cuts into itself. You step forward and time shifts. The Roman street fades, modern London rises above you. Now you're beneath it. The sound changes first. Traffic becomes a muffled thunder overhead. Footsteps pass somewhere above a pavement you cannot see. Pipes hum. Water moves through hidden channels. Electric light replaces torchlight, but the air remains cold in the deeper spaces. You stand near an exposed section of a Roman wall, its stones damp and patient, pressed between later layers of brick, concrete, and steel. Here, beneath the modern city, Roman Britain is not gone. It is trapped. You walk along a narrow underground passage where old masonry appears behind protective glass. The stones are not grand in the way a temple facade might be grand. Their power comes from their survival. They were laid by hands that expected a city to endure, though not this city, not this enormous modern creature growing above them. Experts have not reached a single answer on what existed at every part of London before Rome. The Thames Valley was certainly used before Londinium. Prehistoric communities moved through this landscape, crossed the river, used its resources, and placed objects in its waters. But whether there was a major native settlement exactly where the Roman city rose remains a careful question. The evidence hints, but does not shout. That uncertainty matters, because London often feels Roman in its buried origin story. But beneath Roman London lies a more elusive landscape of marsh, gravel islands, river crossings, timber trackways, offerings, and movement. Before streets were measured, people already knew the river. Before walls were built, the Thames was already a boundary and a path. You move toward the river. In the Roman period, the waterfront is busy. Men unload amphorae, sacks, timber, metal goods, and grain. Boats knock gently against wooden structures. The tide smells of salt, mud, and rot. A gull cries overhead. The riverbank is not clean or romantic. It is working ground, slippery and loud in the day, uneasy at night. You notice something in the mud, a small object, perhaps a pin, a coin, a broken tool, or a votive offering. The Thames has given up thousands of objects across time, from prehistoric weapons to Roman artifacts to medieval debris. Some were lost by accident, some may have been thrown away, others seem deliberately placed. The river blurs the line between rubbish, ritual, and memory. The evidence leaves room for several readings. A sword in a river might be a lost weapon. It might be a trophy. It might be a gift to powers beneath the water. It might be all of these at once, depending on who placed it there and why. The problem is not that archaeology lacks evidence. The problem is that evidence can survive without its intention. You leave the waterfront and enter a Roman building. The floor is hard beneath your feet. Perhaps it is a shop, perhaps a house, perhaps a public structure. A lamp burns low. The room smells of oil and damp plaster. In one corner, a stair descends into a cellar. You go down carefully. The air cools at once. The cellar is used for storage. Amphorae stand in shadow. Wooden shelves hold goods that must be kept away from heat and theft. The walls are close. Above you, the city moves. Below, the chamber waits in stillness. This is not a mysterious tunnel built by a vanished race. It is ordinary urban architecture. Yet ordinary spaces become mysterious when they survive under a city for 2,000 years. A cellar can outlive the household that used it. A drain can outlive the street it served. A wall can become part of another wall, then vanish behind another foundation. The older landscape refuses a simple explanation because London has never stopped building over itself. You climb from the cellar and time shift again. Centuries pass like dust in a shaft of light. Roman authority weakens. Buildings decay. Streets lose their old maintenance. Later communities reuse stone, occupy ruins, avoid some places, remember others incorrectly. Saxon settlement patterns shift. Medieval London grows. Churches rise. Markets crowd the lanes. Fires come. Rebuilding follows. The city thickens. And still, below it, Londinium remains. You stand now in a modern excavation trench at dusk. Around you are safety barriers, scaffolding, wet soil, measuring tapes, buckets, and quiet archaeologists working with careful hands. The city above is impatient, but the trench moves slowly. A dark line in the soil may be a Roman floor. A cluster of posts may mark a waterfront structure. A pit may contain broken pottery, animal bone, seeds, leather, writing tablets, or a shoe shaped by a foot that vanished long ago. This is where archaeology becomes careful listening. The soil remembers more than the documents do. You look upward. Modern buildings lean over the excavation like cliffs. Their windows reflect the grey sky. For a moment, London seems less like a city than a stack of worlds. Modern offices above medieval streets, above Roman walls, above prehistoric river mud, above gravel laid down by older waters. And somewhere in that stack is the question that brought you here. Was there a lost civilization buried beneath Britain? If you expect towers, palaces, and a single hidden capital, London may disappoint you. But if you listen differently, it offers something stranger. It shows how civilizations can be buried not by catastrophe alone, but by success. A useful place is reused. A river crossing becomes a town becomes a city becomes a world. Each age preserves and destroys the one beneath it. You walk away from the trench as rain begins. The drops strike plastic sheeting, stone, steel, and mud. The sound is soft, almost sleep-like. Somewhere below, Roman streets remain in darkness. Beneath them, older ground waits with fewer names and deeper silence. You realise that London is not merely built on history, it is built into it. And as you descend toward the next hidden layer, the buried city beneath your feet feels less like a ruin and more like a warning. The most familiar places may be the least understood. You leave the buried edges of Londinium and walk toward the river. The Thames waits in a grey morning hush, wide and slow, its surface shifting under a low sky. Mist hangs above the water. The city behind you fades into muffled shapes, timber posts, Roman walls, warehouse roofs, and the faint movement of people beginning their day. Ahead, the river moves as if it has seen everything and chosen to speak only in fragments. You stand on the muddy bank. The air smells of silt, rain, reeds, fish, rotting wood, smoke, and tide. The ground gives softly beneath your feet. Each step leaves a dark impression that fills almost at once with water. Somewhere nearby, a boat knocks gently against a wooden landing stage. The sound is hollow, slow, and strangely intimate. This river is not decoration, it is the reason the city breathes. Long before London became London, the Thames was a road, a border, a food source, a danger, a sacred line, and a memory keeper. People crossed it, worked beside it, feared it, used it, and gave things to it. The river carried timber and grain, news and soldiers, trade goods and waste. It also carried secrets into mud. One secure archaeological truth is that the Thames has preserved a remarkable number of objects from many periods of Britain's past. Prehistoric weapons, Roman tools, coins, pottery, medieval objects, human remains, and countless ordinary fragments have emerged from its banks and bed, but the meaning of many finds remains difficult to settle. The river gives the object, not always the reason. You walk along the edge where the mud flats appear at low tide. Your boots sink slightly. The water pulls away from the shore with a soft sucking sound. Broken pottery glints among stones. Bits of tile lie mixed with shell, bone, and dark wood. A rusted shape half buried in silt might be nothing, or it might be the beginning of a question that lasts for decades. A small thing catches your eye. It is only a shard, curved and worn smooth by time. You lift it carefully in your imagination and feel how light it is. Once it belonged to a vessel. Someone held it. Someone filled it. Someone broke it, dropped it, discarded it, or lost it. The piece crossed from usefulness into rubbish, then into archaeology, then into interpretation. The ground gives clues, but not certainty. Beside you, the river breathes in and out with the tide. It covers and uncovers the past twice a day. That rhythm makes the Thames feel almost alive, like a patient creature turning old memories in its sleep. What appears at dawn may vanish by afternoon. What seems ordinary in mud may become important under a specialist lamp. You continue walking. In Roman Britain, the waterfront would have been crowded with activity. Cargo arrived from across the empire. Amphorae carried wine, oil, and fish sauce. Pottery moved in bulk. Metal, glass, grain, leather, salt, and stone passed through hands and warehouses. The river links Londinium to a much wider world, but it also remained tied to older local habits. There is a quiet puzzle here. Many objects found in rivers across Britain seem too carefully placed to be simple losses. Swords, shields, ornaments, and tools from prehistoric periods have often been interpreted as offerings. Yet interpretation must stay cautious. A weapon in water might represent ritual sacrifice, display, disposal, accident, defeat, theft, or memory. Sometimes the same object can invite several readings at once. You stop near a place where wooden stakes emerge from the mud. They are dark, slick, and worn. Perhaps they belong to a waterfront structure, perhaps a fish trap, perhaps a landing place, perhaps something more ordinary than imagination wants. The river has a way of making practical things look ceremonial, and ceremonial things look like rubbish. Specialists often disagree over these blurred categories because ancient people didn't separate daily life and belief as neatly as modern observers do. A boat crossing could be practical and sacred. A spring could be water and threshold. A river could be transport and spirit, boundary and offering place, danger and blessing. You kneel close to the mud. The surface is marked by tiny channels where water is drained away. In one shallow pool, the reflection of the sky trembles. For a moment, the riverbank seems like a page written in a language made of tide lines, footprints, pottery chips, and blackened wood. Then you imagine an older scene. The Roman city disappears. The warehouses fade. The wharf posts sink back into mud. You are standing beside the Thames before the conquest, before Latin names, before stone walls, before official roads. The river still moves. People still come here. They know where it can be crossed safely. They know where boats can land. They know which marshes swallow feet, which banks collapse, which bends flood after rain. A group gathers at the water. No one speaks loudly. An object is held in both hands, perhaps a metal blade, polished by work or ceremony, perhaps a personal ornament, perhaps something broken deliberately before it is given. The person lowers it toward the water. The river closes over it with barely a sound. It is tempting to imagine the whole ritual clearly, but the safer conclusion is quieter. Something happened here. Someone meant something. The meaning has not survived in words. You rise as the mist begins to lift. Across the water, modern buildings shimmer faintly through time. The riverbank is layered now with centuries. Roman Londinium, medieval London, Tudor wharves, industrial docks, modern embankments, underground pipes, rail tunnels, and foundations all press toward the same river. The Thames has been narrowed, controlled, walled, bridged, and crossed, but not fully conquered. It still brings things back. Mudlarks, archaeologists, builders, and river workers have all encountered pieces of the buried city and the older world beneath it. Some finds are spectacular, others are almost painfully ordinary. A shoe, a pin, a comb, a toy, a tile, a bone, a writing tablet, a coin worn thin by fingers. These objects do not merely prove that people lived here, they make the distance collapse. You can almost feel the hand, you can almost hear the street, you can almost smell the hearth smoke. But almost is the word that matters. The record does not let us speak with complete confidence. It offers nearness, then withdraws. You may know what an object is, what material it is made from, roughly when it was used, perhaps where it came from. But the person who carried it remains just beyond reach. You follow the river eastward. The water darkens under passing cloud. Rain begins softly, dimpling the surface. The sound is gentle, hypnotic, like fingers tapping on a stretched cloth. You pass under the shadow of a bridge that will not exist in this form for many centuries. Then imagine earlier bridges, ferry crossings, timber structures, damaged piles, and vanished banks beneath later construction. The Thames keeps changing shape, and that is part of its secret. Ancient rivers were never static lines. They shifted, flooded, silted, widened, narrowed, and swallowed evidence. A settlement near water could prosper, then vanish under alluvium. A sacred bank could erode. A crossing could move. A buried object could travel in the mud or stay fixed for 2,000 years. The river is both archive and destroyer. You stop at the edge of the tide. Cold wind moves along the water. The smell of mud rises stronger. Behind you, London is waking, but here the river still feels old enough to belong to no city at all. And now the lost civilization beneath Britain feels less like a hidden kingdom waiting in stone halls, and more like 1,000 acts of memory lowered into darkness, a blade placed in water, a coin dropped from a hand, a body buried near a bank, a timber post driven into mud, a road ending at a crossing, a prayer made without writing. The Thames does not explain these things. It preserves them. It stains them black, hides them, carries them, and sometimes returns them under a grey sky to someone watching carefully. You take one last look at the slow water. The river moves on, quiet and unreadable, and beneath its surface, Britain's buried past lies not still, but drifting. You leave the river and move back toward the city, but this time you do not look at towers, streets, bridges, or walls. You look for openings, a low arch behind a locked gate, a dark grate at the edge of a road, a cellar stair dropping beneath a narrow building, a service passage half hidden behind brickwork, a blocked doorway in an old wall, a place where cold air rises from below and carries the smell of damp stone. London, like many old cities, has another city underneath it. Not one clean underground kingdom. Not a secret civilization with endless halls and carved thrones. The truth is stranger because it is more believable. Beneath the surface are drains, cellars, culverts, vaults, crypts, lost rivers, buried walls, sealed rooms, forgotten foundations, and tunnels whose purpose was once obvious to the people who used them, then slowly became mysterious as memory faded. You step down into one of these hidden spaces. The stair is narrow. Moisture shines on the brick. Above you, the city speaks in muffled vibrations. A bus passes like distant thunder. Footsteps cross pavement somewhere overhead. A door closes. Then the sounds soften, and all you hear is water. Drip, pause, drip. The air is cool and mineral. It smells of wet brick, old lime mortar, rusted iron, dust, and underground water. Your hand hovers near the wall. You do not need to touch it to feel the cold coming from it. The surviving evidence shows that Roman towns depended on buried infrastructure, even when it was modest compared with later engineering. Drains carried wastewater, ditches controlled runoff, cellars stored goods. Hypercaust systems warmed some elite buildings with heated air moving beneath floors. Wells reached down into the earth for water. Beneath the public face of Roman Britain, there was always a quieter hidden level. But the meaning of an underground space depends on who is looking at it. To the Roman builder, a drain is practical. To a later resident who finds it half blocked beneath a ruined street, it may seem strange. To a medieval storyteller, it might become a passage, a prison, or the work of giants. To a modern viewer, it becomes part of the mystery of the buried city. You follow the tunnel as it slopes gently. Water runs along one side in a shallow channel. The ceiling is low enough that you lower your head. The light behind you grows weaker. Ahead, your lamp catches the curve of brick and stone, each surface sweating in the dark. This place was made for function, yet it feels ceremonial because underground architecture always changes the mind. A practical structure becomes a threshold. You think of ancient Britain beyond London. Mines cut into hills, Fogus and Cornwall, those mysterious stone-lined underground passages from the Iron Age, souterrains in other parts of Britain and Ireland, icehouses, crypts, caves, cellars, and later medieval undercrofts. Not all belong to the same period. Not all share the same purpose. Yet together they show a long habit of entering the earth and making use of darkness. Specialists have proposed many explanations for underground chambers in ancient and later Britain. Some were probably for storage, keeping food cool and protected. Some may have offered refuge. Some may have supported ritual activity. Some may have had more than one purpose across time. The difficulty is that darkness preserves stone better than intention. You pass a side opening, blocked with newer brick. The blockage is uneven, as if the passage behind it was closed in haste or simply forgotten during rebuilding. You stand there for a moment, listening. Nothing moves. Still, your mind fills the sealed space with possibilities. Another cellar, a collapsed drain, a void left by a demolished building, a forgotten stair, a chamber no one has entered for centuries. This is how underground mysteries grow, not always from lies, but from gaps. A city covers its old passages, records burn or disappear, buildings change owners, foundations are reused. Later workers discover a void and misunderstand it. A rumour begins. A tunnel is said to lead to a church, a palace, a river, a monastery, a prison, a Roman temple, or a vanished settlement. Most such stories are exaggerated. Some are wrong, yet a few begin with a real dark space beneath the ground. You continue forward. The tunnel opens into a wider chamber. The ceiling rises slightly. Water is pooled in one corner, black and still. Your light touches a stone arch that looks older than the brick around it. It may have been reused from another structure. It may simply be a repair. In underground places, time does not sit neatly. Medieval stone can stand beside Victorian brick. Roman material can be built into later walls. Modern pipes can cut through ancient layers without ceremony. The material evidence suggests constant reuse rather than a single hidden design. That is important. The lost civilization beneath Britain may not be hiding as one planned underground world. It may be hidden because each generation dug into, borrowed from, patched over, and misunderstood the buried work of those before. A Roman drain became a medieval obstruction. A medieval cellar became a modern basement. A forgotten river became a sewer. A sacred spring became a drain behind a wall. You step carefully around the pool. Your lamp trembles on the water. The reflection makes the ceiling appear below you, as if the chamber continues downward into another inverted tunnel. For a moment, you feel the strange calm unease of being inside the earth while the living world goes on above you. There is no horror here, only depth, only the knowledge that countless people have depended on hidden spaces they rarely spoke about. In Roman Britain, underground construction was tied to comfort, hygiene, storage, and control. In prehistoric Britain, entering the earth may have carried different meanings depending on place and period. A flint mine was labour and survival. A chambered tomb was burial and memory. A cave might be shelter, ritual site, or both. Later, Christian crypts and medieval vaults made darkness sacred in new ways. The question remains open not because everything is mysterious, but because Britain's underground record is uneven. Some spaces are excavated carefully, others are destroyed by construction. Some are known only from old reports, some have collapsed, some remain sealed behind walls no one has reason to break. You move toward the far end of the chamber. A small current of air touches your face. It is colder than the rest of the tunnel. That slight movement changes the space. It means there is another opening somewhere, another connection, another void breathing in the dark. You stand still and let the air move over your skin. It smells faintly of rain. Above ground, people often imagine history as monuments, castles on hills, stone circles on plains, Roman walls in sunlight. But below ground, history becomes more intimate. It is about what people stored, feared, discarded, protected, concealed, warmed, buried, and tried to forget. You think of the phrase hidden underground and realize how easily it misleads. Some things were hidden deliberately. Others were simply placed below because that was useful. Others became hidden only because time kept adding layers. You turn back through the tunnel and the path seems longer now. Your footsteps sound soft and close. The water continues its patient dripping. The bricks glisten. At the stair, pale light from above appears like a thin square of morning. Before you climb, You look once more into the dark passage behind you. There may be nothing unexplained there, or there may be a sealed piece of the city that no document remembers. Both possibilities feel powerful, because the underground world beneath Britain does not need to be invented. It already exists in fragments, drains, mines, vaults, caves, chambers, and buried staircases. What remains uncertain is how many of those fragments once belonged to lives whose names are gone, and how much of the island's real story still waits behind damp walls. You climb toward the surface. The city noise returns slowly, but the sound of dripping water follows you for a long time. You leave the hidden passages of the city and travel west, away from London's buried walls, away from the Thames mud, away from the layered noise of streets and foundations. The land opens slowly. Fields widen. Villages become smaller. Roads pass between hedges silvered with rain. The sky lowers over hills that seem older than memory. By evening, you are far from the Roman city, far from its warehouses and drains, standing in a landscape where the ground itself has been wounded by human need. Ahead, the hills rise dark against the fading light. Somewhere inside them are mines, not modern mines with engines, rails, helmets, and electric lamps. Older mines, ancient mines, places where prehistoric humans entered the earth with stone, bone, antler, wood, fire, and patience. Places where survival required a kind of courage that is difficult to imagine from the comfort of a lit room. You walk toward a chalk ridge as dusk gathers. The grass is wet. Wind moves low over the slope. A few trees bend near the horizon, their branches black against a grey sky. The entrance is not grand. It is a depression in the ground, a dark hollow partly softened by time. Around it, the earth looks uneven, pitted, disturbed, as if the hill once breathed through many mouths. The surviving traces of prehistoric mining in Britain are real and remarkable. At places such as Grimes Graves in Norfolk, Neolithic miners dug deep shafts into chalk to reach high-quality flint. They worked underground thousands of years before Rome, before written history in Britain, before metal tools became common. The fact itself is secure. The human experience inside those shafts remains harder to grasp. You stand at the edge of the opening. Cold air rises from below. It smells of chalk, damp earth, old roots, and stone that has not seen sunlight in a very long time. You lower yourself carefully, step by step, into the shaft. The daylight narrows above you. The walls are pale where your lamp touches them, but beyond the light they fade into soft darkness. The descent is quiet. There are no dramatic carvings, no hidden throne room and no golden chamber, only the marks of labour and the strange intimacy of a human-made wound in the earth. You reach the bottom and crouch in the low space. The ceiling presses close. The chalk is cool and powdery. Small galleries extend outward like burrows. You imagine prehistoric miners working here by flickering flame, using antler picks to loosen chalk, stone tools to shape and strike, baskets or containers to move debris, and bodies bent for hours in cramped darkness. The facts are firm, but the motive remains layered. Flint was essential. It could be shaped into blades, scrapers, arrowheads, axes, and tools for cutting, scraping, hunting, woodworking, hide preparation, and daily survival. Good flint mattered. It held an edge. It broke predictably. It could transform the possibilities of a household. But the effort required to dig so deeply raises another question. Why go this far? Surface flint existed in many places. Not always the best, not always enough, but available. These miners chose to enter the hill, cut shafts, create galleries, and bring stone from darkness into daylight. One practical answer is quality. Deep flint seams could be better, more reliable, more desirable. Another possibility is social value. Certain flint may have carried status because of where it came from and how difficult it was to obtain. The site refuses to become one simple answer. You move along a low gallery. Your shoulder brushes chalk. Dust clings to your sleeve. The lamp flame trembles, and the shadows move as if the mine is breathing. The space is so narrow that every sound becomes close. Your knee shifts against stone. Your breath returns to you. Somewhere, a drop of water falls in the dark. Imagine working here without modern certainty. No electric light, no steel supports, no rescue team waiting above. The miners understood the material around them through experience, touch, sound, and inherited skill. They knew how chalk behaved. They knew where flint lay. They knew how to follow a seam. They knew how to read danger in a crack, a shift, a hollow sound. Today, many of us move through buildings designed to hide their structure from us. Walls are smooth. Wires vanish. Water arrives by turning a handle. But here, survival is direct. Stone must be found. Tools must be made. Darkness must be entered. You pause where the gallery widens slightly. In your imagination, a miner sits here for a moment, shoulders aching, hands dusty, face lit by a small flame. Above, the world continues. Children move near fires. Dogs sleep. Grain is ground. Hides are scraped. Wood is split. Somewhere, someone waits for the stone that will become a blade. The mystery begins where the record stops. Archaeology can show the shafts, the tools, the extraction marks, the discarded antler picks, and the structure of the mine. It can estimate dates, reconstruct techniques, and compare flint sources across regions. But it cannot fully tell you what it felt like to be a person entering the earth with only flame and memory. You crawl a little farther. The gallery ends at a wall of chalk where a dark seam runs through the pale stone. This is what they came for. Flint, hidden inside the hill like a black thought inside bone. It gleams faintly when the light catches it, smooth, hard, waiting. There is something quietly unsettling about this. The mine is not a tomb, yet it feels close to the world of the dead. It is not a temple, yet it carries a sense of ritual simply because of the descent, the darkness, the effort, the return. You enter the earth empty-handed and come back carrying stone that can cut, hunt, build, and protect. The landscape preserves behaviour better than belief. Perhaps the miners sang. Perhaps they worked in silence. Perhaps certain shafts were associated with families, groups, seasons, or stories. Perhaps children were warned not to go near the openings. Perhaps the best flint carried a name, a place memory, a prestige that travelled far beyond the mine itself. The safer answer is that we do not know. The more haunting answer is that the mine probably meant more than one thing at once. You begin climbing back toward the surface. The shaft seems longer on the way up. The air grows fresher. The circle of sky widens slowly above you. When you emerge, evening has deepened. The grass is dark. Wind moves over the hill. The mine entrance behind you is almost invisible from a distance. Just a hollow in the earth among many hollows. And that is the strange power of ancient mines. They do not dominate the landscape like stone circles. They do not rise proudly like hill forts. They pull downward. They hide their achievement in absence, in removed chalk, in empty shafts, in underground spaces where bodies once worked by flame. You walk across the pitted ground. Each depression may mark a shaft. Each shaft may represent days, weeks, or seasons of labour. The hill is not natural in the way it first appeared. It has been entered, opened, searched, and changed by prehistoric humans who understood the earth as a source of danger and gift. The older explanation no longer feels complete if we imagine these people as simple survivors moving through a wild land. They were planners, engineers in chalk, toolmakers, traders, observers of stone, people willing to descend for material that shaped life above ground. You look back once more. The mine is dark now. No flame burns inside it. No voices rise from below. But beneath the quiet hill, the galleries remain, like thoughts the earth has not finished keeping. And as night settles over the ancient ridge, you realise that Britain's buried civilization may not begin with walls or cities at all. It may begin with someone kneeling in darkness, striking stone from the inside of the earth. You remain near the ancient mine as night settles fully over the chalk hills. The entrance behind you is now only a darker shape in the grass, almost invisible unless you know where to look. Wind moves softly over the ridge. Far below, the land lies in shadow, with the faint outline of trees, fields, and old paths fading into one another. The mine has returned to silence, but the stone taken from it once travelled outward into the living world. You begin walking away from the shaft, carrying in your mind a piece of dark flint. It is small enough to fit in the palm, but it changes everything. Before bronze, before iron, before Roman steel, before medieval forges and industrial furnaces, stone was the edge between human weakness and human possibility. With stone, you could cut hide, shape wood, butcher animals, harvest plants, scrape bone, make weapons, prepare food, and repair the small fragile technologies that kept a group alive. The evidence for Neolithic flint mining gives us more than a story of tools. It gives us a story of labour organised around invisible knowledge. People had to know where to dig, how deep to go, which seams mattered, which fragments were worth carrying, and how to turn rough stone into useful forms. The process was technical, but it also depended on trust passed from one generation to another. You descend the slope toward an imagined settlement. A fire glows below, orange in the blue dark. Around it, people sit close against the cold. The roundhouses are low and quiet. Smoke escapes through thatch and drifts into the night. Dogs lift their heads as you approach. Somewhere, grain is being stirred in a pot. Somewhere else, a child watches sparks rise into the black air. You sit near the fire and place the flint beside you. In the warm light, the stone looks almost wet. Its surface shines where it has been struck. A toolmaker picks it up and turns it slowly. This is not random smashing, it is skill. The hand must understand angle, force, fracture, and patience. A wrong blow can ruin the core. A good blow can release a blade as thin and sharp as a secret. The facts of flint knapping are clear enough to demonstrate. But the social meaning around the craft remains less fixed. Some toolmaking may have been everyday work. Some pieces may have been made by specialists. Some finely polished stone axes travelled long distances, which suggests exchange networks, prestige, and perhaps identities tied to places of origin. The stone was practical, yet it may also have carried memory of the hill it came from. You watch the toolmaker strike. A soft crack. A flake falls away. The sound is delicate, almost musical. Around the fire, people continue their quiet tasks. Someone twists fibre. Someone repairs a basket. Someone sharpens a bone point. Someone cuts meat with a blade made earlier from the same dark material. The whole settlement seems woven together by small technologies, each one modest, each one essential. A tiny detail changes the mood. The freshest flint edge can be sharper than many people expect. It can cut skin easily. In the firelight, you see why ancient tools should not be imagined as crude simply because they are old. A well-made flint blade is elegant. It is intelligent stone. You look beyond the fire toward the mine hill. The darkness there feels different now. It is not only a place of extraction, it is the beginning of a chain. Stone comes from underground. Hands shape it beside fire. Tools enter daily life. Food is prepared. Wood is worked, hides become clothing, houses are maintained, children survive winter, a buried seam in chalk becomes warmth, shelter, and breath. The past leaves evidence, but not instructions. You can see the tools, you can see the mines, you can see the waste flakes, the antler picks, the polished axes, the traces of human choice, but you cannot hear the names they gave the stone. You cannot know whether a miner felt pride, fear, boredom, duty, or sacred responsibility while descending into the shaft. You cannot know whether the first successful blade from a new core was admired, traded, gifted, or quietly used until it broke. You lean closer to the fire. The smell of smoke thickens. It clings to hair, skin, wool, hide, and wood. In this world, smoke is not background atmosphere. It is warmth, preservation, warning, light, insect repellent, cooking, and signal. Fire is technology and companion. Without it, the mine would be impossible. Without it, the dark galleries below the hill would be too dangerous to enter for long. Fire and flint belong together. One gives light, the other gives edge. Together, they mark the strange human ability to make the world more survivable by entering its dangers. You imagine a young person watching the toolmaker. They are not yet trusted with the best stone. They are given smaller pieces, flawed fragments, broken cores. Their first attempts are clumsy. Sharp flakes scatter, an older hand corrects the angle. Not with a lecture, perhaps, but with gesture. Watch. Turn it. Strike here, not there. Learning in ancient Britain was not written in manuals. It lived in bodies. The record narrows the possibilities without ending the argument. A scatter of flakes can show that toolmaking happened in a place. Wear marks can show how a blade was used. Chemical and geological analysis can sometimes connect stone objects to distant sources. But the teaching, the frustration, the quiet satisfaction of making a good edge, all of that must be approached through imagination held carefully inside evidence. You follow one finished blade through the settlement. It is used to cut reeds near wet ground. Later, it scrapes a hide stretched over a frame. Later still, its edge dulls, and it is retouched. Smaller now, it becomes useful for finer work. Eventually, it breaks. One piece is discarded near a hearth, another is carried outside and lost in mud. Thousands of years later, someone may find it and call it an artifact, but to the person who used it, it was not an artifact. It was simply part of life. That is one of the quiet traps in studying ancient ruins and prehistoric humans. Modern words can make the past feel still. Artifact, site, feature, assemblage, deposit. These words help experts work carefully, but they can also cool the blood of the story. The thing in the soil was once held by someone whose hand was warm. You step away from the fire and into the dark. The settlement sounds softened behind you. The mine hill is a deeper shadow under the stars, between fire and mine, between warmth and darkness, between human breath and buried stone. You feel the shape of a civilization without writing. Not a lost civilization in the easy sense. Not vanished kings beneath Britain. Something older and more intimate. A civilization of repeated skill, of memory carried in hands, of people who knew how to find the hidden resources of the earth and transform them into survival. Their buildings were modest. Their names are gone. Their stories have thinned into silence. Yet the marks they left below ground are stubborn. What survives is enough to disturb the old picture. They were not wandering shadows before history began. They were makers, miners, teachers, traders, observers, and planners. They lived in landscapes full of meaning and drew power from places most of us would hesitate to enter. You look once more at the fire. Sparks lift into the night and vanish among the stars. Then your eyes return to the dark opening in the hill, somewhere beneath the grass. The old galleries wait in cold silence. Flint still lies in chalk. Antler marks still scar the walls. The underground air still holds the shape of ancient labour. And you understand that the buried world beneath Britain was not only made of stone, it was made of skill. You leave the mine hill before dawn. The firelight behind you fades until it becomes only a warm memory in the dark. Ahead, the land rises and falls in long sleeping shapes. Mist lies in the hollows. The grass is cold against your legs. Somewhere in the distance, a bird calls once, then falls silent. As if the morning is not ready to begin, you walk eastward across ancient Britain, away from the shafts and chalk dust, toward another kind of human mark. Not a tunnel, not a city, a hill that was built. At first, the landscape looks natural. Rounded ridges, open fields, patches of woodland, a stream moving quietly through low ground. But as the light strengthens, you begin to notice that some shapes are too deliberate. A long mound lies across the horizon like a sleeping animal. A bank curves around a slope. A ditch cuts through the earth with an intention that weather has softened but not erased. You climb toward the mound slowly. The air smells of wet grass, sheep, soil, and distant rain. Your feet press into chalky ground. When you reach the top, the view opens wide. The land below is pale with mist, and the mound beneath you feels less like a pile of earth than a statement made by people who wanted the ground itself to remember them. Britain is full of earthworks, long barrows, round barrows, henges, causewayed enclosures, hill-fort banks, boundary ditches, ceremonial avenues, and later defensive works, all show that ancient communities shaped land at a scale that can still surprise modern viewers. The evidence is visible, measurable, and often massive. The reason behind every shape is not always so obedient. You walk along the crest. The mound is quiet. Grass covers it now, but beneath that green skin may be stone, chalk, timber remains, chambers, burials, or carefully arranged deposits. In some places, long barrows were built to hold the dead. In others, earthworks created spaces for gathering, ceremony, display, exclusion, or memory. The problem is not whether people built them. The problem is why they built them exactly this way. The site gives structure, but not certainty. You imagine the mound when it was new. The chalk would have been bright, almost white against the land, far more visible than it is now. Freshly cut ditches would have gleamed after rain. People approaching from a distance would see the monument long before they reached it. It would not blend into the countryside, and it would interrupt it. A hill made by human hands changes the way people move. You descend the side and stand in the ditch below. From here, the bank rises above you, blocking part of the sky. The wind is quieter. The air feels held. You realize that earthworks are not only seen from outside, they also control the body from within. They guide walking, limit sight, create entrances, frame views, and turn ordinary ground into a place of attention. A small detail complicates the usual story. Many ancient earthworks were not finished in the way modern buildings are finished. Some were altered, extended, recut, reopened, reused, neglected, and returned to over long periods. A monument might begin as one thing and become another. A burial place could become a landmark. A gathering place could become ancestral ground. A boundary could become sacred because people kept remembering it. You follow the ditch as it curves. The soil is damp. Snails cling to grass stems. Your hand brushes seed heads heavy with moisture. Above you, the mound's line remains steady, but your view changes with every step. The earthwork is not passive. It makes you move in a certain rhythm. This is where ancient architecture becomes psychological. Stone circles may draw the eye upward to the sky, but earthworks draw the body into the land. They make you climb, descend, turn, pause, and enter. They use effort as part of meaning. To reach the center, you must accept the path. To stand inside, you must cross the boundary. The pattern is real, though its meaning remains unsettled. You walk toward a causewayed enclosure imagined on a nearby rise. Its ditches are interrupted, not continuous, creating gaps or causeways between sections. From above, the plan would look deliberate and strange. From the ground, you experience it as a series of openings, banks, and shallow cuts. People may have gathered here seasonally. They may have feasted, traded, exchanged partners, settled disputes, honored ancestors, or performed rituals that left only fragments behind. You find broken pottery in your imagination, animal bone, charred grain, human remains in unusual contexts, tools placed where they might not belong by accident. Each clue is physical, the meaning is more difficult. The older explanation of simple defense does not fit every enclosure. Some sites are too open, too interrupted, too full of deposits that feel social or ceremonial rather than military. Yet calling them purely ritual can also be too easy, as if ritual means anything we do not understand. Ancient life did not divide neatly into practical and sacred. A feast could be political, a burial could be social, a ditch could be boundary, memory, and symbol at once. You stand at one of the gaps in the enclosure. Mist moves through it. For a moment, the opening looks like an invitation, or a warning, or both. You step inside. The ground within is not empty. It is filled with imagined voices, animals, smoke, movement, and the smell of cooked food. People arrive from different directions. Some carry baskets, some bring animals, some wear ornaments. Children run between adults. Dogs bark. Fires are lit. The place is alive, but not permanent in the way a town is permanent. It may come alive at certain times, then fall silent again. That kind of place can vanish easily from memory if people do not live there every day, if buildings are temporary, if stories are oral, if meaning depends on gathering and season. Then later generations may see only ditches and ask the wrong questions. The past leaves traces of behaviour, not always the full event. You move farther across the enclosure and look back toward the entrance. The bank frames the horizon. The sky is brightening now, but the mist still clings to the low ground. Beyond the earthwork, the wider landscape is marked by other shapes. A burial mound there. A ridge path there. A possible field boundary. A distant hill fort from a later age. The land is not empty space between monuments. It is a network. This is the quiet shift in understanding ancient Britain. For a long time, people looked at famous sites as isolated wonders. A mound here, a stone circle there, a fort on a hill. But the deeper view sees landscapes, not single monuments. Routes, sightlines, water sources, seasonal movement, burial places, fields, mines. And gathering sites may all connect in ways that are difficult to reconstruct but impossible to ignore. The soil remembers relationships. You leave the enclosure and climb another ridge. From there, the earthworks appear as shadows in the grass. Some are visible only because the morning light is low. Others would disappear at noon. Some can be seen best from the air. Some are now known through crop marks, where buried ditches hold moisture differently and make plants grow darker. Others appear through LiDAR, which strips away woodland cover digitally and reveals old banks hidden beneath trees. Modern technology has made ancient Britain stranger, not simpler. The more we see, the more crowded the old landscape becomes. You stand in the wind and imagine the island before maps. Not wild emptiness, but a patterned world. Built hills, cut ditches, raised banks, processional paths, burial chambers, sacred waters, mines, settlements, fields, places where people gathered because the ground already held memory. And suddenly the phrase lost civilization feels different again. It does not need a buried palace. It may be a civilization of landscape engineering, where people shaped earth, movement, visibility, and memory over centuries. Their monuments were not always meant to impress future tourists. They were meant to organize the living and the dead, the known and the unseen, the daily and the ancestral. You place your hand near the grass on the mound. The ground is cold. Below it, layers remain: chalk, soil, bone, stone, pollen, seeds, charcoal, the tiny remains of meals, fires, footsteps, ceremonies, and weather. Nothing speaks loudly. Everything waits. The safest answer is also the most haunting one. Ancient Britain was more built than it first appears, more remembered, more organized, more deeply marked by human intention. You begin walking again as the sun finally breaks through the mist. The earthworks behind you soften into the landscape, almost disappearing. But now you know they are there. You cannot unsee them. The hills are not just hills anymore. Some of them are messages, and some messages have been lying under grass for 5,000 years. You leave the grass-covered earthworks and walk toward a place where the land seems to hold its breath. The morning has become pale and silver. Mist drifts low over the fields, moving between hedges and shallow dips in the ground. The sky is not bright, only softly lit, as if the sun is hidden behind a thin veil. Ahead, stones rise from the plain. At first they look small. Then, as you come closer, they grow heavier. They stand in a wide circle, weathered and silent, their surfaces rough with lichen, rain, and time. Some lean slightly, some are broken, some are missing altogether. Others remain upright with a stubbornness that feels almost alive. Around them, the grass is wet. Beyond them, the land opens in every direction. Fields, low hills, distant trees, and a horizon blurred by fog. You step carefully into the circle. The air changes. It is not magic. It is space. The stones shape your attention. They make you slow down. They make you look outward, then inward, then upward. You hear wind moving through grass. You hear a crow call from somewhere beyond the mist. You hear your own breathing, quieter than before. Stone circles are among the most powerful images of ancient Britain, and they are real monuments built by people with astonishing patience, planning, and social organization. Some are small and local, others are part of larger ceremonial landscapes. The best-known example, Stonehenge, is only one part of a much wider world of henges, avenues, burial mounds, timber circles, pits, and alignments. The stones are famous, but the surrounding landscape is the deeper story. Still, the record offers a shape, not a voice. You walk between two upright stones and look at the space beyond them. The alignment may matter, the horizon may matter, the rising or setting sun may matter. In some monuments, astronomical relationships are strongly suggested, especially connections with solstice light. Yet not every stone circle can be reduced to a calendar, and not every alignment was necessarily mathematical in the modern sense. Ancient people watched the sky because the sky mattered. Seasons shaped food, movement, labour, ritual, and survival. The return of light after the darkest days of winter was not an abstract event. It was emotional, practical, communal. To know when seasons turned was to know when to gather, plant, move animals, prepare stores, remember the dead, or mark a moment that felt larger than one life. You stand in the centre and imagine the circle new. The stones are not grey yet. Their surfaces are fresh, perhaps brighter, perhaps marked by the violence of quarrying and transport. Around them, people gather. They wear woven cloth, skins, ornaments of bone, stone, amber, shell, or metal depending on period and place. Fires burn low in the distance. Smoke drifts across the plain. Voices murmur. Children are told to stay close. Dogs move at the edges. The stones did not place themselves. That fact alone is almost enough to disturb the quiet. Some stones used in ancient British monuments were moved from great distances. At Stonehenge, the smaller blue stones are linked to sources in Wales, while the larger sarsen's likely came from nearer but still required immense effort. The logistics of quarrying, shaping, transporting and raising stones reveal organisation, shared purpose, and technical knowledge. The old idea of primitive people casually dragging rocks across empty land no longer survives careful thought. What can be measured is clear. What was believed is harder. You walk around one stone and place your palm near its surface without touching it. The stone is cold even in daylight. Rainwater sits in tiny hollows. Lichen grows in pale patches like old skin. A vertical crack runs down one side. The stone has watched weather for thousands of years, but watching is your word, not its own. A small detail pulls you deeper. Some stone circles were not isolated monuments, but parts of landscapes that included burials, human remains, cremations, pits, animal bones, pottery, tools, and unusual deposits sometimes appear nearby. This suggests that the living, the dead, the seasons, and the land were tied together in ways that cannot be translated into one simple function. The clue survives, the motive does not. You imagine a procession moving across the plain before dawn. The people walk slowly. Their feet darken with dew. The air is cold enough to make breath visible. They follow a path toward the stones, perhaps along an avenue, perhaps from a river, perhaps from a settlement or temporary camp. The horizon begins to pale. No one speaks loudly. The whole group seems to be waiting for the same thing. Then light appears. It touches the edge of a stone. It enters the circle. It turns wet grass gold. For a moment the world feels arranged. It is tempting to call this a calendar, and perhaps in part it was. But that word is too small if the event also carried memory, ancestry, obligation, grief, hope, and fear. A modern calendar tells you the date. An ancient monument may have made the date feel alive. You step out of the circle and look back. From outside, the stones become a silhouette against mist. Their shape is familiar because you have seen images like this in books, documentaries, thumbnails, and tourist posters. Yet standing here in the imagined quiet, you realize how strange they are. Heavy stones raised in open land. A human decision made so strongly that 5,000 years of weather could not erase it. The sight answers one question and opens 3 more. Who gathered here? How far did they travel? What did they think happened when sun, stone, land, and people aligned? The safer interpretation leaves room for mystery. These were not random stones. They were not meaningless decorations. They were built within social and ritual worlds that mattered deeply to the communities involved. But the exact stories, songs, names, and fears attached to them are gone. You continue walking through the wider landscape. A burial mound rises nearby, low and rounded. Beyond it, another faint earthwork. Farther still, a line of trees marks a stream. You begin to understand that the stone circle is not a single object. It is a node in a larger web. A person in ancient Britain may have known how the stones related to the dead, to the sky, to seasonal movement, to old paths, to water, to gatherings, to stories told at night beside fire. The landscape seems to remember a pattern we cannot fully translate. You climb a low ridge and look down on the circle from above. The stones appear smaller now, but more deliberate. Mist slides through them. The sun remains hidden. The land is quiet. You imagine centuries passing. The builders die. Their children return. Their grandchildren alter meanings. Later people bury their dead nearby. Later still, the monument becomes ancient even to those who live around it. Stories change. Names vanish. The stones remain. This is how a place becomes mysterious without needing invention. Time removes the explanation but leaves the effort. You walk back toward the circle one last time. The grass is wet enough to soak your boots. A faint smell of earth rises as the day warms. Somewhere, a sheep calls. The ordinary world has returned. But the stones resist ordinariness. They make the field feel like a threshold, not because they hide a secret chamber beneath them, but because they stand between visible and invisible history. The object is physical. The thought behind it is gone. That is the heart of the unease. You can measure the stones. You can map the alignments. You can date nearby remains. You can study geology, tool marks, cremations, and landscape relationships. But the inner life of the monument remains partly underground, buried not in soil, but in lost human meaning. You turn away as the mist begins to thin. Behind you, the circle stands in silence, neither explaining nor denying anything. And as you walk onward, you feel the journey descending again, from roads to rivers, from tunnels to mines, from built hills to standing stones. Ancient Britain keeps showing you the same pattern. People shape the world around them with care. Then time buried the reason. You leave the stone circle behind, but its silence follows you across the fields. The land lowers into a valley where mist gathers in pale sheets over the grass. The morning is quiet enough that each footstep feels too loud. Behind you, the stones still stand under the thinning fog. Ahead, the earth rises again, not into a hill fort or a natural ridge, but into a long, low mound with a dark entrance at one end. You slow your pace. This is not a mine. This is not a cellar. This is a place made for the dead. The entrance is small, almost humble, framed by stones that have weathered into soft grey shapes. Grass grows over the mound, turning it into something that might look natural from a distance. But up close, the shape is unmistakably human. Someone planned this. Someone gathered stone, cut earth, arranged chambers, carried bodies or bones, and made a doorway into darkness. You stand before it and feel the air cool. Chambered tombs and long barrows belong to some of the deepest visible layers of ancient Britain. Many date to the Neolithic, when farming communities were changing how people lived, moved, ate, buried, and remembered. These structures were not simply holes for bodies. They were architecture for memory, built when writing had not yet arrived in Britain, but when communities were already making powerful statements in earth and stone. The evidence is strong, but its meaning stays open. You lower your head and enter. The passage is narrow. Stone presses close on both sides. The floor is uneven beneath your feet. The smell is damp, mineral, and still, with a faint trace of soil and old roots. Outside, the valley was pale with daylight. Inside, the light thins immediately. Your lamp touches rough stones, then darkness beyond them. The chamber waits ahead. You move slowly because the space asks for slowness. There is no need for fear, but there is a natural caution in entering a place where the living once carried the dead. The ceiling lowers. The walls lean inward. Water has darkened the stone in patches. The air is colder than it should be. Then the passage opens. You find yourself inside a small chamber beneath the mound. In the imagination, bones lie here. Not always complete skeletons arranged like modern burials, but sometimes mixed remains, selected bones, disarticulated bodies, skulls, long bones, fragments of people whose identities have vanished into collective memory. The dead may have been placed here over time, returned to rearranged, removed, remembered, or transformed by ritual. What can be measured is clear. What was believed is harder. Archaeology can identify human remains. It can study age, sex, injury, diet, ancestry, disease, and burial position. It can examine pollen, soil, stone sources, tool marks, and construction phases. But it cannot fully recover the grief in the hands that carried a body into the chamber, or the belief that made this darkness meaningful. You crouch near one side chamber. Your lamp reveals a stone slab set carefully in place. The surface is rough, but deliberate. It may have formed a boundary within the tomb, separating spaces, guiding movement, framing access. A tomb like this is not merely a container, it is a route. You do not just see it, you enter, turn, pause, and move deeper. The architecture makes the living behave differently. A small detail shifts the atmosphere. In some chambered tombs, bodies may have been exposed, revisited, or treated in ways that suggest death was not a single private moment, but a longer process involving the community. The dead did not vanish immediately. They remained near, within reach, inside a built darkness that could be entered again. The past becomes clearest at the edges, where proof and imagination meet. You imagine people arriving here at dusk. They come along a track through wet grass, carrying torches or small lamps, their breath visible in cold air. Some bring offerings, some bring food, some carry the remains of a person who once sat beside their fire, worked their fields, told stories, held a child, knew the paths to water. The group moves slowly toward the entrance. The mound rises before them, not as a grave alone, but as a place where the living and dead remain tied. No one speaks loudly. A flame enters the passage. Stone walls flicker. The chamber receives them. You feel the weight of the mound above you. Earth, grass, rain, roots, and sky pressed down through time. The tomb is underground, but not hidden in the way a secret passage is hidden. It was meant to be known, seen, approached, remembered. The mound above made the invisible dead visible in the landscape. That is the strange reversal. The bodies are below, the monument speaks above. You step back into the central space and listen. There is no sound except your breathing and the faint drip of water. Yet the chamber feels crowded with absence. Each bone that might once have rested here belonged to a person, but the tomb may have gathered them into something larger than individual identity. Ancestors, lineage, community, claim to land, sacred presence, warning, comfort. The ruins make one thing clear, then refuse the next. These tombs show that early farming communities invested enormous effort in burial architecture. They show care, planning, and repeated engagement with the dead, but they do not tell us exactly how those people imagined the boundary between life and death. Was the tomb a house for ancestors, a place of transformation, a marker of territory, a ritual stage, a memory machine made from earth and stone? The more careful answer is that it may have been several of these things at once. You move toward the entrance again. Daylight appears as a pale opening at the end of the passage. From inside, the outside world looks strangely distant, as if you are not beneath a mound but beneath time itself. When you emerge, the valley feels brighter than before. The air is wet and fresh. A bird moves through the grass. The mound behind you is quiet, green, almost gentle. But now you know what it contains, or what it once contained. You walk around the outside of the barrow. Its long shape stretches across the land with calm authority. It may align with a view, a slope, a path, a sunrise, another monument, or a remembered place that no longer exists. The landscape around it is not empty. It is a field of relationships, some visible, some erased by farming, erosion, and time. This is not a lack of history. It is history without a surviving narrator. In modern life, death is often separated from daily movement. Cemeteries have boundaries. Hospitals hide the hardest moments. Names are carved, recorded, stored. But here, the dead shaped the living landscape. A mound might be passed on the way to fields, seen from a settlement, visited during gatherings, used to tell children who belonged here, who came before, and perhaps who watched from the dark. You stand beside the entrance as clouds move across the sun. The doorway darkens. It no longer feels like a simple opening. It feels like a mouth in the earth, not speaking, but holding back speech. You understand why underground places could become sacred. They change temperature, sound, light, posture, and thought. They make you bend. They slow your steps. They place the living body inside stone and shadow. The object is physical. The thought behind it is gone. And yet, the emotion is not gone. You can feel it in the effort, in the carried stones, in the shaped mound, in the narrow passage, in the decision to keep the dead near enough to visit, but far enough to transform. The tomb does not explain itself, but it does not feel empty. You begin walking away. Behind you, the chambered mound settles back into the valley. From a distance, it becomes part of the land again, a long green rise under a grey sky, but the doorway remains in your mind. A dark rectangle, a cool breath, a place where ancient Britain placed its dead beneath the earth and built memory over them. The lost civilization buried beneath Britain is not only buried because time covered it, it is buried because burial was part of how it understood itself. And as you leave the valley, you realize the descent is no longer only physical. You are walking into the ancient human need to remember what cannot stay alive. You leave the chambered tomb and walk into ordinary farmland. At first, nothing about the place seems mysterious. The fields are broad and quiet. Hedges divide the land into green squares. A tractor track cuts through damp soil. Crows move slowly across a ploughed field, stepping between clods of earth. In the distance, a farmhouse sits beneath a grey sky, its windows dull in the morning light. This is the kind of landscape people pass without thinking. A lane, a gate, a field, a low hill, a ditch filled with nettles, a patch of darker crop where the ground holds more moisture. The surface looks calm, practical, modern. Yet beneath it may lie one of the most crowded kinds of archaeology in Britain. Villages beneath fields, settlements without standing walls, lives erased above ground, but still drawn faintly below it. You step through a gate and enter the field. The soil is dark and wet from recent rain. Your boots sink slightly. Each step releases the smell of earth, roots, and old straw. Nothing rises dramatically from the ground. No stone circle, no tomb entrance, no Roman wall. Only the quiet surface of worked land. Then the light shifts. From a low angle, you begin to see faint lines in the field. A curve here, a rectangular shadow there, a darker strip where a ditch once held moisture, a paler patch where buried stone or compacted ground changes the growth above it. The field becomes a map, but only for a moment. Only if you know how to look. The discovery is real, but the story around it remains unfinished. Across Britain, aerial photography, excavation, geophysical survey, LiDAR, and careful field walking have revealed countless buried settlements. Some are prehistoric, some are Roman, some are medieval. Some belong to periods that overlap and reuse the same places. From above, old ditches, roundhouses, roads, enclosures, field systems, and pits can appear as crop marks or soil marks, like ghost drawings pressed into the land. You look down and imagine the buried plan beneath your feet. A roundhouse once stood here. Its walls were made of timber posts, wattle and daub. Its roof was thatched. Smoke rose from a central hearth. Around it were storage pits, fences, animal pens, working areas, and paths worn by repeated footsteps. People lived here through seasons of rain, harvest, hunger, repair, birth, illness, and winter. Now there is only wheat, or grass, or ploughed soil. The site answers one question and opens several more. A circular stain may show where a house stood. A pit may contain pottery, bone, charred grain, and ash. A ditch may mark enclosure. But the emotional life of the settlement remains thin and distant. Who argued beside the hearth, who woke before dawn to tend animals, who watched storms approach across the fields, who left and never returned. You walk toward a darker patch near the centre of the field. Here, in imagination, an archaeologist kneels with a trowel. The work is slow. Soil is scraped, not hacked. A feature emerges as a colour difference rather than a shape. Dark fill against lighter natural clay. A post hole, a pit, a ditch terminal. The language is technical, but the reality is intimate. A post hole is where a house touched the earth. That small mark once held up a wall. You crouch beside it. The past can become overwhelming when it's too grand, but here it becomes unsettling because it is ordinary. A village beneath a field does not ask you to admire kings. It asks you to imagine daily repetition, grinding grain until shoulders ache, fetching water, keeping fires alive, mending fences, watching children, drying food, moving animals, repairing roofs after wind. Ancient survival was not one dramatic event. It was maintenance, again and again. The earth gives the outline, while silence fills the centre. You stand and look across the field. A faint trackway may have run toward a stream. Another enclosure may have held livestock. A larger ditch might have marked a boundary between households, families, or functions. The settlement was not random. It had order. Even if that order was not the same as a Roman street grid or a modern village plan. A quiet complication appears when you think about time. The settlement beneath you may not have existed all at once. One house could have been rebuilt over an older house. A ditch could have been recut. A storage pit could later receive rubbish. A place used for living might later become a place for burial or memory. What looks like a single buried village may actually be centuries of small decisions stacked in soil. This is history without a clean beginning. You walk farther, following the invisible line of a ditch. In the ancient settlement, this ditch might have controlled animals, marked property, guided movement, drained water, or separated domestic space from something else. The practical explanation may be correct, but not complete. Boundaries often carry meaning beyond their function. A fence keeps cattle in, but it also says who belongs inside. You pass a place where pottery fragments might scatter after ploughing. A rim piece, a body sherd, a broken handle. These are not treasures in the usual sense, but they're deeply revealing. Pottery can suggest date, trade, cooking habits, storage, status, and contact with wider networks. A simple pot can tell you whether people were connected to nearby communities or distant exchange routes. It can show change over time. It can reveal taste, technology, and routine. The more careful answer is often the stranger one. These villages were not isolated dots of primitive life. Many were part of dense social landscapes, connected by paths, marriage, trade, seasonal movement, shared rituals, and conflict. The people beneath these fields knew other places. They may have visited hill forts, mines, rivers, tombs, markets, and gathering sites. Their world was larger than the field that now hides them. You pause as wind moves over the crop. The plants ripple in waves, and for a moment the buried settlement seems to breathe. You imagine the village at dusk. Smoke rising from several roundhouses. Dogs circling near doorways. A child carrying kindling. Someone pouring grain into a storage vessel. Someone returning with wet feet from the stream. Someone listening for cattle in the dark. The air smells of smoke, dung, cooked food, damp wool, and trampled earth. There is no monument here, yet life is thick. That is what makes buried villages so powerful. They remind you that most history was not built to impress. Most human life left behind stains, pits, scraps, and altered soil. The lost civilization beneath Britain may be less visible than a palace because it was made of perishable materials and repeated labour. Timber rots, thatch disappears, voices vanish, but the ground remembers pressure, fire, waste, and pattern. You continue to the edge of the field. A hedge blocks your way, tangled with hawthorn and bramble. Beyond it lies another field, and beneath that, perhaps another enclosure, another settlement, another road, another burial, another forgotten boundary. The ordinary countryside begins to feel impossibly crowded. What remains below ground is not fantasy, it is unfinished history. You climb a small rise and look back over the farmland. From here, the field looks empty again. The faint marks vanish as the light changes. The buried village withdraws. A person passing later would see only crops, mud, and birds. But you know differently now. Beneath the field are houses without roofs, paths without feet, hearths without flame, storage pits without grain, lives without names, and as you walk onward, the mystery deepens not because the evidence is absent, but because it is everywhere, hidden under places that look completely normal. Britain's buried world is not always under cathedrals, castles, or famous ruins. Sometimes it sleeps beneath a quiet field while rain falls softly on the crops above. You leave the quiet farmland and follow the land downward, toward water. The fields grow wetter as you walk. Hedges thin into reeds. The air changes first, becoming cooler, softer, and heavy with the smell of mud. The ground no longer feels firm. It trembles slightly beneath your steps in places, as if the earth is remembering that it was once marsh. Ahead, a low wetland spreads beneath a pale sky. Mist floats over pools and channels. Birds move through the reeds with small hidden sounds. Water reflects broken pieces of cloud. Somewhere, beneath peat and silt, beneath centuries of growth and decay, there are traces of a village that didn't vanish in the usual way. It sank into preservation. You step carefully onto a wooden walkway in your imagination, raised just above the wet ground. The planks are damp. Reeds brush your legs. The air smells of standing water, smoke, wet timber, fish, and earth so rich it feels almost alive. The settlement ahead is built close to the water, perhaps on piles, platforms, or carefully prepared ground. Houses cluster together, their walls made of timber, wattle, clay, and thatch. This is the world of wetland archaeology, where ancient life can survive with an intimacy that dry soil rarely allows. In Britain, wet places have preserved extraordinary remains, at sites such as Must Farm in Cambridgeshire, often called a Bronze Age Pompeii by the media. Archaeologists found remarkably preserved houses, textiles, tools, wooden objects, food remains, and everyday details from a settlement destroyed by fire and then preserved in waterlogged conditions. The comparison to Pompeii is imperfect, but the feeling is understandable. The past appears suddenly close. The find is intimate, yet still incomplete. You approach one of the roundhouses. It stands above dark water, its doorway open to the morning. Inside, the hearth glows. Clay vessels sit nearby. Wooden bowls, tools, and woven materials rest where hands placed them. A ladder or walkway connects the house to others. Fish traps may lie in the channels. Boats or log boats move quietly through the wetland, carrying people across water that is not obstacle, but road. You pause at the threshold. The air inside is warm from the fire. Smoke gathers under the roof before escaping through thatch. The floor creaks faintly. You notice the ordinary things first: a pot, a spindle, a bundle of fibre, a wooden handle, a small container. Food remains. The details are so domestic that they feel almost intrusive. This is one of those places where archaeology feels almost too personal. Dry ruins often give you walls and stones. Wetland sites can give you texture, wood grain, basketry, fabric, plant fibres, food still identifiable after thousands of years. Things that normally vanish are held in the dark, airless mud. Preservation can make ancient life feel close enough to disturb you. You look at a bowl near the hearth. It is not treasure. It is better than treasure. It is evidence of a meal, a hand, a household rhythm. Someone may have eaten from it, cleaned it, set it down, expected to use it again. The object survives with its shape intact, but not its story. The water kept the village, but not the voices. You step back outside and listen to the wetland. Reeds hiss softly in the wind. Water taps against posts. A bird calls from somewhere unseen. Farther away, someone splits wood. Another person checks a trap. A child balances along a walkway, watched by an older sibling. Life here is not isolated from the wider world. It is adapted to a landscape that rewards knowledge and punishes carelessness. Wetlands can look empty to outsiders, but to people who know them, they're full of resources: fish, birds, reeds, wild plants, grazing edges, water roots, clay, timber, and seasonal abundance. They are also dangerous. Flooding, cold water, unstable ground, insects, disease, and isolation shape daily choices. To live here requires skill as precise as mining chalk or building earthworks. The remains answer practical questions while leaving emotional ones open. You can see how people built. You can see what they ate. You can see tools, textiles, and household organization. You can understand that this was not a crude existence. It was sophisticated, adapted, and materially rich in ways that stone ruins often fail to show. But you cannot know what it felt like to sleep above dark water, listening to reeds scrape the walls at night. You walk along the raised path between houses. Below, the water is black and still. Reflections tremble under your feet. The settlement seems suspended between land and water, between safety and uncertainty. Fire burns inside houses made from materials that can burn. Food is stored, tools are kept ready. The community depends on walkways, platforms, boats, and memory of channels. Then the scene changes. Smoke thickens. A house catches fire, not violently in your telling, not with panic shouted into the night, but slowly as a strange orange glow inside the thatch. People move quickly, sparks rise, heat touches wet air. One structure burns, then another. Objects fall through floors or collapse into the water below. The settlement is damaged, perhaps abandoned, perhaps never rebuilt in the same way. The mud receives everything. That is why the site survives. What you see is daily life, interrupted by time. You stand in the aftermath after the flames have gone and the water has closed over fallen timbers. The village becomes quiet. Silt gathers. Peat forms. Reeds grow. Seasons pass. The memory of the settlement fades from living speech. Above it, the wetland continues breathing. Below it, bowls, tools, textiles, posts, and food remain in darkness. The deeper puzzle is not only what survived, but why this place mattered enough to build here. A cautious reading says people chose wetlands because they offered resources, movement, and perhaps protection. Another possibility is that water held social or spiritual significance, as it did in many parts of ancient Britain. The practical and the symbolic may have overlapped so completely that separating them would misunderstand the people themselves. You kneel beside a preserved timber. Its surface is dark, waterlogged, and marked by tools. A human hand shaped it, not roughly, carefully. The cut marks show knowledge of wood, grain, pressure, and purpose. This was not a temporary accident of survival. It was architecture made for a wet world. The most ordinary details become the most haunting. A woven fibre, a footprint in mud, a cooking pot left near a hearth, a tool dropped during a day that never became ordinary again. You rise and look across the settlement. In modern life, we often imagine civilization through stone, writing, monuments, and cities. But here, civilization is made of wood, water, craft, food, boats, family, and adaptation. It is fragile, but not simple. It is perishable, but not primitive. It is hidden not because it lacked importance, but because its materials were never meant to survive unless the wet earth saved them. The past becomes vivid here, then suddenly unreachable. You can almost hear the floorboards, almost smell the cooking, almost see someone turning toward the doorway. Almost. Then the image dissolves, and you're back in the mist, standing above buried wetland remains that waited in darkness for thousands of years. You begin walking away from the water. Behind you, reeds close around the imagined village. The pools reflect the sky. The mud holds what fire dropped and time forgot. Unlike the stone circle, this place does not feel monumental. Unlike the tomb, it does not feel formal. It feels lived in. That is why it stays with you. The lost civilization beneath Britain may not always be lost in deep tunnels or sealed chambers. Sometimes it lies under peat, preserved in such tender detail that the mystery becomes almost painful. Not who built a monument, but who set down a bowl beside the fire and never came back for it. You leave the wetland village and climb back toward higher ground. The air dries slowly as you move away from the reeds. Mud gives way to grass. Grass gives way to chalk and stone. The pools behind you become silver patches in the distance, then vanish beneath mist. Ahead, the land rises into a long-backed hill with steep sides and a crown of earthworks around its summit. The climb begins gently, then it grows harder. Wind presses against you. The path narrows. Below, fields spread in muted greens and browns. Farther away, rivers bend through valleys. Woods gather in dark patches. The sky is wide here, and the hill seems to lift you out of ordinary time. At the top, banks and ditches circle the summit. You have reached an Iron Age hill fort. The word fort can mislead you. It makes the place sound like a simple military structure, a defensive shell built only for attack and fear. Some hill forts certainly had defensive value. Their banks, ditches, gateways, and positions could make approach difficult. But many were also places of settlement, storage, gathering, display, craft, trade, and identity. They were not all the same. They changed across regions and centuries. The structure is clear enough to walk, but its purpose remains partly veiled. You pass through the entrance. The gateway is not a simple gap. It turns slightly. Banks rise on either side. Ditches deepen near the approach. Anyone entering would be seen, slowed, and controlled. The body understands the design before the mind names it. You cannot simply drift inside. You must submit to the route. Inside, the summit opens into a broad space. In your imagination, roundhouses stand here, their thatched roofs low against the wind. Smoke rises from hearths. Storage pits hold grain. Animals move in pens. People repair tools, weave, cook, carry water, sharpen iron, and watch the approaches from the banks. The fort is not empty earth. It is community lifted above the landscape. You walk along the inner bank. The wind is stronger here. It smells of grass, rain, smoke, and distant animals. From this height, you can see why people chose the place. Visibility matters. Control of movement matters. A hilltop can be warning, refuge, symbol, and statement. It tells anyone below that people are organized here. People belong here. People can see you coming. Yet the old explanation only solves part of the puzzle. If defense were the only purpose, every hill fort would look and function in the same way. They do not. Some are densely occupied, some seem more seasonal, some contain evidence of craft and storage, some have elaborate entrances that feel as much like performance as protection. Some are too large or too complex to reduce to one role. You pause near a storage pit. In the ancient scene, it is lined and covered, holding grain gathered from fields below. Grain is security, grain is power, grain is winter survival. A community that can store food can plan, trade, feast, support specialists, and endure bad seasons. But stored food also attracts danger. It can be stolen. It can be controlled. It can create inequality. A hill fort may defend people. It may also defend wealth. You imagine a cold evening inside the enclosure. Fires glow between houses. A pot simmers. Someone carries a bundle of firewood. A child runs toward a doorway and is called back from the bank. Beyond the earthworks, the slopes fall into darkness. The fort feels safe, but not relaxed. Safety here is made, maintained, watched. The remains answer practical questions while leaving political ones open. Who led such places? Chiefs, councils, families with prestige, warrior elites, ritual specialists. The evidence can suggest hierarchy through rich burials, imported goods, feasting remains, weaponry, and control of resources. But social power does not fossilize neatly. Authority may have been personal, negotiated, inherited, contested, or seasonal. You continue around the rampart. Below, a track approaches from the valley. It may connect to farms, smaller settlements, water sources, and other hill forts visible on distant ridges. The landscape is not isolated. It is networked. Smoke from one hill might be seen from another. Travellers may have known where hospitality could be found, where danger waited, where markets gathered, where alliances held. The deeper puzzle is not whether Iron Age Britain had organised societies. It did. The deeper puzzle is how those societies understood themselves before Roman categories reshaped the story. Roman writers later used tribal names, described leaders, and framed Britain through conquest. Their accounts are valuable, but they are not neutral windows. They often tell us as much about Roman fears and ambitions as about the people they described. Before Rome, identities may have been local, shifting, layered, and tied to land, kinship, exchange, and memory in ways that do not fit cleanly into later labels. You stand near the outer ditch and look down. The ditch is deep enough to impress even now, after centuries of erosion. Imagine it freshly cut, chalk bright, sides steep, bank high above it. The labour required would have been enormous. People dug, carried, shaped, repaired, and maintained this place. A hill fort is not just a structure. It is a social act repeated through work. The landscape preserves effort better than intention. A person below would see the white banks gleaming on the hill. The fort would announce itself from miles away. It may have said, "We are strong." It may have said, "We are many." It may have said, "This land is held." It may have said, "Come here for gathering, trade, judgment, protection, ceremony, or warning." Perhaps it said all of these. You move toward a roundhouse near the centre. Inside, the fire is low. The walls are warm with smoke. Iron tools hang or rest nearby. Compared with stone and flint, iron changes the world. It can make stronger tools, better agricultural equipment, sharper weapons, and more efficient woodworking possible. But ironworking requires knowledge of ore, charcoal, furnace temperatures, hammering, and skill. It is fire controlled to transform earth into edge. You hear the distant sound of hammering, soft at first, then steady, metal on metal. The Iron Age was not merely an age of warriors. It was an age of farmers, smiths, traders, herders, potters, weavers, and households. The dramatic image of conflict can obscure the slower truth that most life was still built around food, weather, animals, tools, and relationships. Even a fortified hill depended on fields below. A small detail makes the fort feel more human. At some sites, everyday debris tells stories that grand ramparts cannot. Animal bones from meals, broken quern stones used for grinding grain, spindle whorls from textile work, pottery repaired or discarded, charcoal from hearths. These fragments reveal not only danger, but routine. The fort was a place where people got hungry, tired, cold, proud, afraid, bored, and hopeful. You step back outside, clouds move across the sun, and the hilltop darkens. The banks become shadowed curves. The ditch below looks deeper. For a moment, the fort feels abandoned, though in your mind it is still full of smoke and voices. This is the strange double vision of archaeology. You see what is there, you imagine what is gone, and the two never fully meet. You walk to the highest point and look across ancient Britain. Other hills rise in the distance. Some may hold forts, some may hold burial mounds, some may hide mines, caves, settlements, or sacred springs. The island before Rome was not a blank stage awaiting civilization. It was already layered with power, labour, fear, exchange, and memory. The pattern is too strong to ignore, but too incomplete to close. If there was a forgotten kingdom here, it may not have called itself a kingdom. If there was a lost civilization, it may not have had cities in the Roman sense. It may have been a web of communities tied by hill forts, farms, rivers, craft, ritual, and ancestry. It may have been visible from ridge to ridge, fire to fire, bank to bank. You begin descending as evening gathers. The fort remains above you, its earthworks dark against the sky. From below, it looks almost natural again, just a hill with shadows along its crown. But now you know better. The hill was chosen, cut, raised, watched, lived in, remembered, and long before Roman Britain placed stone walls and straight roads across the island, another world had already learned how to command the horizon. You descend from the hill fort as the light begins to fade. Behind you, the earth banks darken against the sky, and the wind that moved over the summit softens into the valley below. The path is muddy from earlier rain. Grass brushes your legs. Somewhere in the distance, a stream moves through reeds with a low silver sound. The fort remains above, watching, while the Roman road waits ahead like a line drawn by another mind. You are moving toward the moment when Rome found something older. Not an empty island, not a scattered wilderness. A landscape already filled with names Rome did not invent. Gods Rome did not create. Paths Rome did not first walk. And places where memory had gathered long before Latin was spoken beside British rivers. The legions arrive with metal, leather, standards, discipline, horses, engineers, surveyors, clerks, merchants, and gods of their own. They bring roads, forts, towns, taxes, writing, law, baths, villas, coins, temples, and military order. But as you stand at the edge of a native sacred place, you feel the deeper complication. Rome did not simply replace Britain, it entered it. You walk toward a spring at the foot of a wooded slope. The water rises clear from dark earth and gathers in a stone-edged pool. Around it, the air is cooler. Moss grows thickly on nearby rocks. Tree roots twist into the bank. In the older world, this spring may already have mattered. People may have come here for healing, blessing, oath-making, offering, or memory. The water itself would have seemed to emerge from beneath the world, carrying unseen power upward into daylight. Then the scene shifts. A Roman temple stands nearby. Its walls are dressed stone. Its roofline cuts sharply against the trees. A paved approach leads toward the sacred enclosure. Visitors arrive carrying coins, small offerings, votive objects, prayers, hopes, pains, and fears. Latin inscriptions appear where older speech may once have carried meaning only by voice. The discovery is not that Romans built temples in Britain. They did. The deeper interest lies in where some were built and what they absorbed, in several places. Roman religious practice seems to have blended with local cults, native deities, sacred springs, healing sites, and long-standing places of reverence. The structure may be Roman. The sacred gravity underneath may be older. The clue survives in stone, but the belief beneath it is harder to hold. You step closer to the spring. A coin lies in the water, bright in your imagination. Nearby, a small metal object shaped like a body part may have been offered by someone seeking healing. Eyes, limbs, breasts, hands, and other forms appear in Roman religious contexts across the empire, sometimes tied to requests for cure or gratitude after recovery. In Britain, such offerings can feel intensely personal, not a grand political act, a private hope made visible. You imagine a person kneeling here. They may speak Latin, they may speak a local language, they may know both. They may call upon a Roman god joined to a British one, or a local divine presence given a Roman name. The prayer rises over water, and the water gives no answer that survives. This is where conquest becomes intimate. Not just forts and battles, not just roads and walls. A mother asking for a child to heal, a soldier asking to survive, a merchant asking for safe travel, a farmer asking that pain leave the body. The Roman world was flexible in religion in ways that can surprise modern observers. Local gods could be identified with Roman gods. Native sacred places could receive Roman-style architecture. New inscriptions could preserve old divine names in altered form. Yet this blending does not mean everything was peaceful or equal. Power shapes worship. Empire can adopt what it also controls. The more careful answer is uneasy. Roman Britain was both transformation and continuation. You leave the spring and follow a road toward a Roman town. The streets are straighter now. Roof tiles replace thatch in some places. A public building rises near the centre. Shops open onto the street. People move through a mixed world of local custom and imperial habit. A Briton may wear Roman-style clothing while keeping local practices. A veteran may settle on land already rich with older meanings. A temple may stand near a place that had drawn offerings for centuries. A small detail complicates the clean story of Romanization. Everyday life did not become Roman at one speed. Some people adopted Roman goods quickly, others used them selectively. Rural communities might continue older ways while engaging with markets and taxes. Elite families might use Roman dining habits, villas, baths, or inscriptions to display status. Beneath these visible changes, older social ties and beliefs could persist quietly. You pass a workshop where smoke rises from a kiln. Pottery is being fired. The air smells of clay, heat, ash, and damp wool. Nearby, a trader counts coins. A woman carries water. A child watches a cart rattle over stones. A dog sleeps beneath a bench. Roman Britain feels busy, practical, and alive. It is easy to focus on what Rome introduced, because Roman material survives so clearly, but clarity can be deceptive. Stone lasts. Writing lasts. Coins last. Timber, voice, local memory, and seasonal custom vanish more easily. So the Roman layer can look more complete than the world beneath it, even when it was only one chapter in a much older landscape. You enter a temple precinct. The ground is swept. Smoke drifts from incense or offering fires. The smell is sharp and sweet. A statue stands in dim light. Painted surfaces glow softly. The space feels official, structured, controlled. Yet outside the enclosure, the spring still runs as it always has. Water moves from the earth with no concern for empire. The site answers one question and opens another. Rome could build over a sacred place, but did it conquer the meaning? Perhaps for some people, yes. For others, the old power of the water may have remained dressed in new names. A person does not stop fearing illness because an empire changes the language of prayer. A spring does not lose its mystery because a wall is built around it. You walk behind the temple where the stones meet older ground. There, the soil feels less ordered. Tree roots press near the foundations. Rainwater gathers in hollows. You imagine what may lie beneath the building. Earlier offerings, burned material, post holes from timber structures, pits, a path worn by feet before masonry arrived. Or perhaps nothing so dramatic, only the long familiarity of people coming to water. The pattern is too human to dismiss, but too varied to simplify. Across Roman Britain, older places were sometimes ignored, sometimes reused, sometimes transformed, sometimes buried. A native shrine might become a Roman temple. A hill fort might lose power or change function. A settlement might shift toward a road. A burial landscape might be avoided, respected, or overwritten. Empire did not erase the old map in one stroke. It redrew it unevenly. You step back into the town as evening approaches. Lamps begin to glow in doorways. Wet paving stones reflect firelight. Somewhere, someone speaks Latin. Somewhere else, a local tongue continues. The sounds mingle. Not harmony exactly. Not silence either. A layered world. This is why the lost civilization beneath Britain cannot be understood by looking only for a dramatic disappearance. Sometimes a culture vanishes because it is destroyed. Sometimes because it changes. Sometimes because another culture writes the records. Sometimes because its sacred places keep being used under new names until the original meaning dissolves. You pause beside a Roman wall. It is solid, impressive, and easy to date. Beneath it, the older ground remains wordless. The wall seems to say, history begins here, but the spring behind it whispers otherwise. You turn as the last light leaves the street. The temple, the road, the wall, the coins, and the inscriptions all belong to Rome. Yet below and around them, ancient Britain persists like water under stone. Quiet, older, difficult to own. And as night settles over the town, you realize that Rome did not find emptiness when it reached this island. It found a buried world already waiting to be covered. You leave the Roman temple as night gathers around the town. The spring still murmurs behind its stone edging, and the last reflection of firelight trembles on the water. The Roman walls stand firm in the dusk, but the older pull of the place remains underneath them, quiet and difficult to name. You walk away along a road slick with rain, past shuttered shops, dark doorways, and the faint smell of smoke drifting from cooking fires. Then time begins to move again. Roman Britain loosens, its officials withdraw, its towns change. Some buildings decay, some are reused, some stones are taken from one wall and placed into another. Roads remain, but their meanings shift. Villas fall silent. Temples lose their old ceremonies. New communities gather in different patterns. New powers rise. New prayers enter the island. And still, certain places keep being chosen. You follow a path into the medieval countryside. The morning that meets you is cold and grey. Frost clings to the grass. A small village lies ahead, gathered around a church with a square tower and a graveyard enclosed by a low stone wall. Smoke rises from cottages. A rooster calls once from somewhere behind a fence. The church bell has not yet rung, but the building already feels like the centre of the settlement. You walk toward it slowly. The church stands on slightly raised ground. Its stones are uneven. Some blocks look older than the rest. Perhaps reused from a Roman building, perhaps taken from a nearby ruin, perhaps quarried from a place already familiar to the community. The doorway is arched and dark. Moss grows along the lower courses of stone. Rainwater drips from the roof into the grass. The building is medieval, but the question beneath it is older. Across Britain, many churches occupy places that may have had earlier significance. Some stand near springs, Roman remains, prehistoric mounds, old roads, burial grounds, or settlement centres. Not every church hides a pagan shrine beneath its floor. That would be too easy, and often wrong, but enough examples of continuity, reuse, and layered sacred geography exist to make the pattern quietly compelling. The ground holds sequence better than belief. You push open the heavy wooden door. Inside, the air is cool and still. It smells of stone, wax, old wood, dust, and faint dampness. The light is soft, filtered through narrow windows. The floor is uneven beneath your feet. Wooden pews stand in rows, though they belong to later centuries. The walls are pale, but in places the plaster is cracked, revealing older stone beneath. You walk toward the chancel. Each footstep echoes gently. In a church like this, time does not feel linear. It feels folded. A Norman arch may stand near later medieval carving. A Roman stone may be reused in a wall. A Saxon fragment may sit beside a Victorian repair. A memorial from one century may cover a floor that rests above burials from another. The building is not one moment. It is an argument between many moments, settled into silence. You notice a stone set into the wall. Its surface is worn, but there is something different about it. Perhaps it bears faint carving. Perhaps it is shaped unlike the surrounding blocks. Perhaps it was once part of a Roman altar, a column, a tombstone, or a building whose original purpose was forgotten by the time it was placed here. In many medieval structures, older stone was reused because it was available, strong, and already cut. Practicality alone can explain much, but practicality does not always explain why certain places kept attracting reverence. You move closer to the altar. Below the floor may be burials. Beneath those, perhaps earlier foundations. Beneath those, older occupation layers. The church itself may have replaced a timber building. That timber building may have stood near a place where people gathered before Christianity. Or perhaps the continuity is less direct, more subtle, shaped by roads, water, settlement, and memory rather than a single unbroken sacred line. The safest reading still leaves a shadow at the edge. You can trace the foundation, but not the prayer. You step into a side aisle where the light is dimmer. A carved stone face looks down from a capital or corbel, its features softened by age. It may be a saint, a grotesque, a warning, a joke, a symbol whose meaning has shifted beyond recovery. Medieval churches are full of such faces. Some are holy, some are strange. Some seem to watch from the border between doctrine and older imagination. Outside, rain begins again. It taps softly against the windows and darkens the churchyard stones. You imagine villagers entering this building across centuries. They come for baptism, marriage, burial, confession, feast days, fear, gratitude, sickness, harvest, and winter. The church holds their calendar. It marks their lives. But around it, older habits may persist quietly. A spring still visited, a tree still respected, a mound still avoided after dark, a saint's well carrying the shape of an older water cult beneath a Christian name. What looks like replacement may have been translation. The old world did not always die. Sometimes it learned a new name. You leave the nave and descend a few steps into a crypt or lower chamber where the air becomes colder. The ceiling is low. The stones are damp. A small window admits a pale line of light. Here, the church feels closer to the earth. The sound of rain above is muffled. The walls seem to hold centuries of breath. Crypts are places of burial, relic, memory, and authority. They can contain saints, patrons, clergy, or the honoured dead. They also make faith physical by placing holiness below the floor, beneath the feet of the living. You walk through the chamber slowly, and the feeling is familiar from earlier in the journey. The mine, the tomb, the Roman cellar, the underground passage, again and again. Britain's deeper history asks you to descend. The archaeology is not vague. The human reason is, why do people keep placing meaning underground? Because the earth receives the dead, because darkness preserves, because hidden things feel powerful, because descent changes the body, because a chamber below a church can make belief feel anchored in stone, because human beings have always sensed that what lies beneath us is not only matter, but memory. You pause beside a sealed recess. It may hold nothing now. It may once have held bones, relics, valuables, or simply architectural purpose. The stone around it is cold and rough. Your lamp touches the edges and falls away into shadow. The silence is not empty. It is layered. Above you, the church belongs to medieval Christianity. Below and around it, the site may belong to a longer story of burial, settlement, water, road, and memory. This does not make the church secretly pagan. It makes it human. People build where people have already gathered. They sanctify what communities already recognize. They reuse stone because stone carries both convenience and authority. The more you examine the site, the less it behaves like a clean break. You climb back into the nave. The rain has softened. Light from the windows lies across the floor in pale strips. Dust moves in the air. The church is peaceful, but not simple. Its calm depends on layers you cannot see. Under the floor, graves. Under the walls, earlier stones. Under the village, older paths. Under the Christian calendar, older rhythms of season, harvest, death, and return. You step outside into the churchyard. The grass is wet. Gravestones lean at different angles. Some names are readable, others have faded into blankness. Beyond the wall, the village road curves away, perhaps following a much older route. A spring may lie nearby, hidden by trees. A Roman fragment may rest in the church wall. A prehistoric mound may rise beyond the fields, unnoticed by those who pass it every day. This place keeps its certainty on the surface and its meaning underneath. The title of the story speaks of a lost civilization buried beneath Britain. And here the phrase becomes quieter, more complicated. The buried world is not always sealed behind stone doors. Sometimes it is inside the habits of place. A church built where people already gathered. A saint's well where water was already feared or loved. A graveyard on ground that had held the dead before. A medieval wall carrying Roman stone. A Christian prayer spoken above an older silence. You look back at the church tower. It stands against the grey sky, calm and familiar, but beneath that familiarity, the island keeps its older pulse. And as you walk away through the wet grass, you begin to understand that Britain's buried civilization is not only under the ground, sometimes it is hidden inside the places people never stopped using. You leave the churchyard and follow a narrow path toward the hills. Behind you, the tower sinks into mist. The bell is silent now. Rain clings to the grass and gathers in the ruts of the lane. The world feels washed clean, but the path ahead grows older with every step. It passes through fields, then hedges, then a stand of trees where the light becomes green and dim. Somewhere beyond the woods, stone waits with a darker mouth. A cave. You hear it before you see it. Not a sound from inside, exactly, but a change in the air. The wind lowers. Water drips in a patient rhythm. The ground cools beneath your feet. Ferns grow thickly near the entrance, and the rock above is dark with moisture. The cave opens into the hillside like an eye that is never fully closed. You stand at the threshold. The church behind you is a sacred building made by human hands. This place is older in feeling, even if its human use belongs to many different periods. Caves were not always permanent homes in ancient Britain, but they mattered. Some offered shelter, some preserved bones, some received offerings, some became places of burial, refuge, craft, secrecy, or story. The stone gives evidence but not permission to overclaim. You enter slowly. The temperature drops at once. The air smells of wet limestone, clay, old water, and mineral cold. Your footsteps change from soft earth to hollow stone. The entrance light follows you for a short distance, then weakens. Ahead, your lamp reveals a passage curving inward, its walls shining faintly as if the rock itself is sweating. Waterfalls somewhere deeper. Drip, drip, drip. You move carefully over uneven ground. The floor is slick in places. Shadows gather behind every bulge of rock. Stalactites hang from the ceiling like slow thoughts formed by centuries of water. In the dimness, the cave feels less like architecture and more like a body, with chambers, passages, hollows, and breath. For prehistoric humans, entering a cave meant entering a place where the rules changed. Outside, the world has sky, weather, paths, trees, animals, and fire. Inside, sound bends, darkness thickens, distance becomes uncertain. A whisper returns strangely. A flame throws living shadows across stone. The body lowers its voice without being told. You pause beside a ledge. In some British caves, archaeologists have found animal bones, human remains, tools, ornaments, hearth traces, and objects that suggest repeated visits. Some caves were used by Ice Age people. Others became important much later. The record varies from place to place, and the purpose of each visit is not always clear. Shelter explains some evidence. Ritual may explain other evidence. Accident, storage, burial, and refuge may all appear in different layers. The ground holds sequence better than intention. You imagine a small group entering the cave thousands of years ago. They carry flame. The light is weak, orange, and breathing. Smoke rises to the ceiling and moves along the rock. One person knows the passage well. Another hesitates near the entrance. The cave is not merely dark. It is a place of echo, cold, and uncertainty. Every sound feels close and far at the same time. A child may have been warned not to wander. An injured person may have been brought here. An object may have been placed in a crack where sunlight never reached. You cannot say which scene belongs to this exact cave. That is the discipline of the story. But you can feel why such places drew meaning. The cave is not neutral. It changes the mind. It makes the ordinary world above feel thin. You continue inward. The passage opens into a chamber where the ceiling rises. Your lamp reveals uneven walls, pale calcite, black shadows, and small pools of still water. The chamber seems empty until you imagine it with fire. Then it becomes alive with movement. Shadows leap across stone. Faces appear and vanish in the rock. Water glitters. Smoke curls. Breath becomes visible in cold air. The evidence narrows the path, then lets it disappear into darkness. A cave might preserve the bones of animals hunted or scavenged. It might hold the remains of people placed there deliberately. It might contain later offerings from communities who believed underground places connected to powers beneath the earth. In some parts of Britain, caves continued to attract strange deposits long after farming, metalworking, and Roman influence changed the surface world. You kneel near a crack in the stone. It is just wide enough for a small object, a bead, a coin, a pin, a bone point, a tiny offering. In the right context, such things can suggest that people treated the cave not as empty space, but as a receiving place, a place where something could be given away without being lost. What survives here is not an answer, but a pressure mark left by belief. You rise and listen. The cave answers with water. Outside, ancient people had to survive weather, hunger, injury, conflict, childbirth, disease, winter, and the uncertainty of harvest. Their fears were not abstract. They were practical and immediate. A dark chamber in the earth could frighten, protect, heal, hide, or transform, depending on the moment and the people who entered. Modern life gives you switches, maps, medicine, locks, and screens. In the cave, none of that exists. You have only flame, memory, companions, and the skill to return by the same path. Darkness is not a theme here. It is a condition. You move deeper until the entrance is no longer visible. For a moment, you turn off the lamp in your imagination. Blackness closes completely. Not dimness, not night, total absence. You can hear your own breathing. You can hear water. You can feel the cold pressing against your skin. The cave does not need horror to feel unsettling. It only needs to remind you how small a human body is beneath stone. Then the lamp returns. The walls reappear. You breathe more slowly. This is safe ancient unease. The quiet knowledge that people before you stepped into such places without knowing everything that waited there. Some came for necessity, some perhaps for ceremony, some for shelter, some for the dead, some because the cave had already become part of a story older than anyone living. The old world did not always die. Sometimes it retreated underground. You turn back toward the entrance. The return feels different from the descent. Light appears faintly ahead, a grey opening in the stone. The outside world seems almost unbelievable now. Grass, trees, rain, birds, the ordinary surface. As you approach the mouth of the cave, you notice how the entrance frames the landscape. From inside, the world beyond is a picture of pale sky and wet green earth. A person standing here thousands of years ago may have looked out from shadow into daylight and felt the boundary clearly. Inside and outside, living and dead, known and unknown, human and more than human. The building is later. The pull of the place may be older. You step out into the damp air. Rain has stopped. Mist hangs among the trees. The cave behind you continues dripping, patient and hidden. Nothing about it explains itself. It does not tell you who came, what they carried, what they feared, or what they believed. But it keeps the trace of their entering, and that's enough to deepen the mystery. Britain's buried civilization is not only under cities, fields, churches, and roads. It is also inside the natural openings that ancient people chose, remembered, avoided, or returned to. The cave is not a monument in the ordinary sense. It was made by water and stone, but human presence changed it. A footprint, a hearth, a bone, an offering, a story whispered at the entrance. You walk away through the trees, and the cave mouth grows smaller behind you. Soon it is only darkness between leaves, but the sound of dripping water remains in your mind, like an old clock measuring time beneath the earth. You leave the cave and follow the hillside until the trees begin to thin. The ground rises into open country again, but the air still carries the cave's coldness in your memory. Behind you, water continues its slow work inside the stone. Ahead, the land stretches toward a darker ridge, where old paths cross moorland and disappear into fog. The surface looks empty, but emptiness has become difficult to trust. By now, you have learned that ancient Britain hides itself in ordinary shapes. A hollow in a hill, a stain in a field, a church on raised ground, a road that follows an older line, a riverbank that gives back objects without explaining them. You walk toward the mere as evening lowers. Heather darkens under the fading light. Wind moves across the open ground with a low, continuous sound. The sky is heavy, and the horizon seems farther away than it should. There are no houses here, only rough grass, scattered stones, and the faint line of a track pressed into the land by many feet over many years. This is a place of movement, not city movement, not market movement, not the measured confidence of Roman roads, older movement, seasonal movement, herding routes, ridgeways, paths between water, shelter, grazing, burial, stone, and fire. Long before maps, people crossed landscapes by memory, landmark, weather, and story. The track beneath you may not belong to one period. It may have been used, abandoned, revived, altered, and renamed many times. A prehistoric path could become a medieval drove road. A Roman route might reuse an older corridor. A shepherd's track might preserve a line first chosen because the ground stayed dry after rain. The land remembers feet more faithfully than it remembers names. You follow the path into mist. The air smells of peat, wet grass, and distant smoke. Your boots press into soft ground. In places, stone slabs appear beneath the mud, perhaps laid to cross boggy patches, perhaps natural, perhaps later repairs over older need. Each step feels like a small negotiation with the earth. A shape appears ahead. At first, it seems like a low wall. Then, as you approach, it becomes a line of stones, half sunken into the ground, leading across the moor. Some stand upright, some have fallen, some barely break the surface. They do not form a grand circle or a famous monument. They are quieter than that, almost private. You stop beside one stone. It is rough, lichen-covered, cold to the touch in your imagination. It may mark a boundary. It may be part of a prehistoric alignment. It may belong to a later field system. It may have been moved, reused, misunderstood, or folded into a landscape that changed around it. The stones give evidence, but not permission to overclaim. That restraint is part of the mystery. Not every ancient stone is a sacred monument. Not every line is astronomical. Not every mound is a tomb. But the opposite mistake is just as dangerous. If you dismiss every strange arrangement as random or practical, you flatten a world where practical life and symbolic meaning may have been inseparable. You continue along the line. The fog thickens. The stones vanish one by one behind you. Ahead, the track descends toward a shallow basin where peat has formed over centuries. Water glints in dark pools. A raven calls from somewhere unseen. The sound is brief, then swallowed by wind. Peatlands are among Britain's most unsettling archives. They preserve pollen, wood, tools, trackways, bodies, and environmental history. They can show what plants grew, how climates shifted, when forests were cleared, when farming expanded, and when people crossed wet ground by building wooden paths. A bog can look like wilderness, but beneath its surface may lie an entire record of human pressure on the land. You step onto an imagined timber trackway. The wood is dark and slick. It rests across wet ground, a narrow passage over danger. Each plank or branch was placed by someone who understood that the bog could swallow a foot, an animal, a cart, a traveller, perhaps a life. The trackway is simple in appearance, but it represents planning, labour, and repeated use. You look down between the timbers. Black water reflects the dim sky. The track crosses a place that would otherwise resist movement. That matters. Ancient people didn't merely live in landscapes. They modified difficulty. They made passage where passage was dangerous. They turned unstable ground into a route. The evidence here is physical, but the reason for crossing may be wider than transport. A timber path might connect settlements. It might lead to grazing. It might reach a resource area. It might guide movement through a sacred wetland. It might have begun as practical engineering and gathered meaning because people crossed it at important times. The record is generous with wood and stingy with motive. You walk carefully, hearing the soft creak of wet timber beneath your feet. Mist curls low over the bog. The air is cold enough to make your fingers stiff. There is no dramatic danger, only the steady awareness that the ground around you cannot be trusted. The path is safety, but a narrow safety. Step away, and the earth changes. That feeling may have shaped a belief. A bog is neither land nor water. It is a threshold. It preserves and consumes. It can hide offerings, bodies, weapons, wheels, tools, and trees. It can hold a person for thousands of years and return them with skin, hair, clothing, or expression still disturbingly close to life. Not every bog find is ritual. Some are accidents, some may be violence, some are burial. Some remain difficult to place inside one category. The safest reading still leaves a shadow at the edge. You imagine someone standing at the edge of this wetland in the Bronze Age or Iron Age. They carry an object wrapped in cloth or held openly in both hands, perhaps a tool, perhaps a weapon, perhaps something broken first. The group behind them waits in silence. The object is lowered into the dark water or pressed into the peat. The surface closes. Was it a gift, a disposal, a punishment, a memory? You cannot know from the scene alone, but you can understand why the bog felt like a place where things could pass out of ordinary life. You leave the timber path and climb toward firmer ground. The mist begins to break, revealing the moor in fragments. A cairn appears on a ridge, a heap of stones against the sky. It may be a burial monument, a marker, a later wayfinding pile, or a mixture of uses across time. Like so many features in ancient Britain, it has probably been seen differently by different generations. You approach it as the light fades. Stones lie piled in rough order. Wind moves through gaps with a soft whisper. From here, the view reaches across the bog, the trackway, the stone line, and the distant hills. A person standing here long ago could watch movement across the land. They could see weather coming. They could remember who was buried or who crossed, who belonged, who did not. The ground holds sequence better than belief. A cairn can mark a grave, but it can also become a landmark. A landmark can gather stories. Stories can change how people move. A practical pile of stones can become a place of caution. A burial mound can become a boundary. A boundary can become sacred because generations keep treating it as more than stone. You sit beside the cairn in the cold wind. The moor darkens. There is no city here, no wall, no inscription, no official record. Yet the landscape is full of human decisions. Someone laid wood across the bog. Someone raised stones on the ridge. Someone followed the track. Someone placed an object in wet ground. Someone remembered the route and taught it to another. This is a civilization of movement and memory. It does not announce itself with marble. It appears as lines across difficult ground, as stones on horizons, as preserved wood beneath peat, as paths that survive because people kept walking them. You rise as night gathers. The fog returns, softening every shape. The track behind you disappears first. Then the bog pools. Then the stone line. The cairn remains longest, a dark mound against a darker sky. And as you begin walking down from the ridge, you realize that the buried world beneath Britain is not always buried under soil. Sometimes it is buried under familiarity. A path becomes just a path. A bog becomes just wet ground. A cairn becomes just stones. Until you look closely, and the whole landscape begins to speak in a language older than writing. You leave the moor as the fog folds itself behind you. The path descends toward lower country, where the wind softens and the land becomes less severe. Fields appear again, then hedges, then the faint line of a stream slipping between trees. The world feels ordinary after the bog, almost reassuring. Yet by now, you know that ordinary ground is often the most deceptive. You follow a lane toward a place with no famous name. No great monument rises there. No guidebook points to it. No legend waits beside the gate, only a quiet field beneath a broad grey sky. You stop at the edge and look across the grass. Sheep graze without concern. Rainwater glints in shallow hollows. A few dark birds lift from the ground and settle again farther away. Nothing here suggests a buried city. Nothing suggests lost streets, old houses, ditches, shrines, hearths, or people. But beneath the surface lies the outline of a settlement that history forgot to remember. This is one of the strangest kinds of ancient ruin, a place that existed fully, then disappeared without becoming famous. You step through the gate. The grass is wet. The soil beneath it is firm in some places and soft in others. Under your feet, there may be post holes, pits, drainage gullies, hearth stains, floor surfaces, broken pottery, animal bone, fragments of metal, and the dark ghosts of buildings that once stood here. The find gives you a doorway, not a full room. Archaeology can reveal the layout. It can show where structures stood, where waste was dumped, where people cooked, where animals were kept, where boundaries were cut. It can sometimes date the site, link it to wider trade, identify crops and livestock, and show phases of growth or abandonment. But it rarely gives back the name of the settlement. It rarely gives back the name of a single person who woke here before dawn. You walk toward the imagined centre. Perhaps this was an Iron Age settlement. Perhaps Romano-British. Perhaps it changed across time, beginning in one world and ending in another. The houses may have been round at first, then altered by contact with Roman goods, roads, and markets. Or perhaps they stayed stubbornly local while the empire passed nearby. The surface story is clear. People lived here. The older meaning underneath is not. You imagine the settlement at midday. Smoke rises from hearths. A woman carries a pot from one doorway to another. Someone repairs a fence. Someone sharpens an iron blade. Someone leads animals toward water. Children move between houses, watched by adults who understand every danger in the surrounding land. The air smells of smoke, dung, damp wool, grain, and cooked food. No one here knows they will become an archaeological site. They are not waiting to be discovered. They are trying to get through the season. That thought makes the place more intimate than any grand ruin. A buried Roman city can impress you with walls. A stone circle can overwhelm you with mystery. But a forgotten settlement under a field asks a quieter question. How many human lives pass completely out of memory, leaving only patterns in soil? You kneel beside an imagined pit. Its fill is darker than the surrounding earth. Inside might be broken pottery, charcoal, animal bone, and discarded fragments of daily life. Waste pits can be treasure houses for archaeologists because people throw away what they no longer need. Rubbish is honest in a way monuments are not. It reveals meals, repairs, accidents, habits, and small economies of survival. The past gives you fragments with edges sharp enough to cut, but no complete blade. A potsherd may show that goods travelled from another region. A coin may indicate contact with Roman systems. A bead may suggest personal adornment, trade, or status. A nail may reveal building technique. Burned grain may show what people stored, ate, or lost in a fire. Each object is a clue, yet each clue has been separated from the voice that could explain it. You stand and look toward the stream. Water would have mattered. Every settlement needed access to it, but also protection from too much of it. Flooding could spoil stores, weaken structures, trap animals, and change fields. In a world without modern pumps, pipes, drainage systems, and weather alerts, water was both companion and threat. The stream glimmers beneath trees. You imagine people walking there with vessels, leading animals, washing tools, gathering plants, listening for movement in the reeds. Perhaps offerings were placed near the water, perhaps not. The careful answer is that daily use alone may explain the path. But in ancient Britain, Daily use and meaning often grew from the same root. What remains is practical enough to explain, yet strange enough to linger. You walk beyond the settlement boundary. Here, a ditch once curved around the houses. It may have marked enclosure, ownership, drainage, defence, or social identity. A ditch is never just an empty cut. It shapes how people enter and leave. It tells strangers where the inside begins. It keeps animals in or out. It gives the settlement a skin. You step across where the ditch would have been. The gesture feels small, but in the ancient world it may not have been. Boundaries can carry emotion. To cross into a settlement is to enter someone's space, someone's obligation, someone's protection, someone's suspicion. A buried ditch is a line made by hands, and lines made by hands are rarely meaningless. The archaeology lets you see movement but not memory. You follow another faint mark toward what may have been a track. It leads away from the settlement toward higher ground. Perhaps it connected to a larger road. Perhaps traders used it. Perhaps cattle wore it down season after season. Perhaps Roman goods arrived along it long before Roman habits changed the people in invisible ways. Contact does not always look like conquest. Sometimes it looks like a new pot in an old house, a coin kept in a pouch, a brooch worn with local clothing, a road used for market travel while old stories remain alive beside the hearth. The material trail is visible. The human intention is blurred. You imagine evening settling over the settlement. The sky turns violet. Fires brighten. Smoke lowers under damp air. Animals are brought close. A gate is secured. Food is shared. Someone tells news from another village. Someone mentions soldiers on a road. Traders at river crossing. A marriage arrangement. A sickness. A dispute. A birth. The place is full of information. Almost none of it survives. That is why buried cities without legends matter. They remind you that history is not only what people wrote down or celebrated. Most communities did not become myths. They did not leave poems, chronicles, royal lists, or heroic names. They left altered soil. And altered soil is enough to prove they existed, but not enough to restore what they meant to themselves. You reach the far side of the field and look back. The settlement has vanished again beneath grass. Nothing marks the house floors, nothing marks the fires, nothing marks the fear during hard winters or the relief after harvest. The field looks empty because the surface has learned to lie politely. The clue is not imaginary. The uncertainty belongs to the evidence itself. You begin to understand why the phrase lost civilization can be both useful and dangerous. Useful, because it captures the emotional truth that whole ways of life have disappeared beneath Britain. Dangerous, because it can make us expect one dramatic lost people, one hidden capital, one forbidden explanation. The real buried world is wider, quieter, and harder to package. It is made of thousands of places like this, settlements without legends, communities without names, villages without songs that survived. You leave the gate and return to the lane as rain begins again, soft and steady. Behind you, the field darkens under the water. Beneath it, the old settlement remains exactly where it was, not waiting dramatically, not hiding deliberately, simply present under the surface. The safest conclusion still leaves room for unease. Britain is not only built over its past, it is filled with forgotten human centres that once felt like the whole world to the people inside them. And as you walk on through the rain, you realise that being forgotten may be the most common fate of any civilization. You follow the rain-dark lane until it meets an older road. At first, the road is only a raised strip between fields, bordered by hedges and shallow ditches. Water gathers in the wheel ruts. Bare branches lean overhead. The sky is low and colourless, and the whole countryside seems to have withdrawn into itself. Yet the road runs with a confidence that does not belong to the weather. You step onto it. The surface is modern in places, patched and worn by recent traffic. But beneath the tarmac, beneath the gravel, beneath the compacted layers of repair, there may be older road beds, older tracks, older habits of movement. A route can survive by being useful. It can change its skin many times while keeping the same bones. You walk slowly, listening to the rain tick against leaves. This road may once have led to a Roman town, or a market, or a ford, or a hill fort, or a medieval village that later shrank into fields. It may preserve a line chosen not by surveyors, but by cattle, traders, pilgrims, soldiers, farmers, and people walking from one firelit place to another before any map gave the route a name. The discovery changes the map, but not all at once. A road is one of the hardest ruins to notice because it still works. If a stone circle survives, people ask why it was built. If a tomb survives, people ask who was buried there. But if an ancient route survives as a lane, people drive along it, complain about potholes, and never imagine the feet beneath their wheels. You continue along the hedge. The land on either side is quiet. A field slopes toward a stream. A small copse stands on a rise. In the distance, a church tower breaks the horizon. The road seems to connect them naturally. But that naturalness is the illusion created by long use. Human choices become landscape when repeated for centuries. You pass a place where the road bends around a low mound. The bend is slight, easy to miss. Modern engineers might have cut straight through, but this road curves gently, as if respecting something older. Perhaps the mound is natural. Perhaps it is a burial barrow. Perhaps it was once a boundary marker, a place people avoided, a landmark too familiar to disturb. The road does not explain its courtesy. The surface story is clear. The road turns. The reason for the turn has slipped away. You stand beside the mound as rain beads on the grass. It is not impressive. It barely rises above the field. But if it is ancient, then the road beside it may preserve a memory of avoidance. People may have walked around it long after they forgot why. A route can carry respect without language. A curve can be a fossil of belief. You move on. Soon the lane descends toward a river crossing. The water is narrow here, brown and quick after rain. A small bridge carries the road over it now, but before the bridge there may have been a ford. Before the ford became formal, there may have been a shallow place known by animals and then by people. Crossings are powerful because they gather movement. Where people must pass, stories accumulate. You stop on the bridge and look down. Water folds around stones. Foam gathers near roots. The smell is cold, green, and mineral. A crossing like this could become a meeting point, a market point, a boundary, a toll place, a place of ambush, a place of offering, or simply a necessary inconvenience on the way to somewhere else. The record shows contact, but not every consequence. If coins are found near a crossing, they may suggest travel, loss, trade, offering, or later disturbance. If pottery scatters nearby, it may mark settlement, stopping places, rubbish, or erosion from higher ground. If metalwork appears in the water, the meaning may deepen but not settle. Movement leaves traces, but movement also mixes them. You cross the bridge and climb the opposite bank. The road continues toward higher ground. The rain eases, leaving the hedges dripping. The world smells washed and old. In your imagination, the modern surface fades, and the road becomes a Roman one. Straightened, drained, layered with stone. Soldiers move along it in disciplined groups. Carts creak. Hooves strike. A messenger rides hard toward a fort. Local people watch from field edges, measuring the new power moving through their land. Then the Roman road fades too. Beneath it, an older track returns. People walk in smaller groups. They carry baskets, tools, hides, salt, ornaments, perhaps news from a distant settlement. They know the bend near the mound, the safe crossing, the dry ridge, the the place where fog gathers, the hollow where strangers might wait. The road is not only geography, it is memory arranged as movement. The objects travelled farther than the voices attached to them. Across ancient Britain, goods moved over surprising distances. Stone axes from particular sources, pottery styles, metalwork, salt, amber, jet, glass beads, coins, and imported Roman goods all reveal networks wider than any one village. The island was never sealed from itself. Communities exchanged materials, ideas, people, fashions, and stories. But the roots of trade were also roots of misunderstanding, imitation, prestige, and change. You imagine a trader stopping at dusk. They sit beside a small fire near the road. Their cloak is damp. Their pack holds objects from several places: a polished stone axe, a metal brooch, a handful of beads, a pot with a shape recognized in one valley but strange in another. They are not merely carrying things. They are carrying possibilities. A new object can alter desire. A new tool can alter work. A new style can alter status. A new coin can alter how value is imagined. The ground confirms the exchange, while silence hides the relationship. Did trade make friends? Did it create debts? Did it carry marriage agreements, hostages, gossip, ritual obligations, or threats? Did an imported object feel exotic, dangerous, fashionable, sacred, or simply useful? The material trail can show distance. It cannot always show emotion. You walk on as twilight approaches. The road passes a ruined farmstead, then a stand of trees. In the dimness, the lane feels narrower, more enclosed. You can almost hear different centuries overlapping. A prehistoric traveller with a pack of flint, a Roman cart, a medieval pilgrim, a drover with cattle, a modern car passing too quickly through rain. Each uses the same corridor for different reasons, and each leaves something behind, even if only pressure on the ground. This is why roads are dangerous to simple history. They make time porous. A place can be prehistoric, Roman, medieval, and modern without changing its basic function. People keep moving because the land still guides them the same way. The hill remains steep. The river remains crossable here. The ridge stays dry. The valley funnels movement. Human cultures change, but the body still prefers the easier path. You pause where the road reaches a higher point. Behind you, the river crossing is hidden by trees. Ahead, the lane disappears into mist. To one side, a field may cover a vanished settlement. To the other, a low mound may hold the dead. Farther on, a church may stand near a spring. The road links them all without explaining any of them. The material trail is visible. The full conversation is gone. You begin to understand that a lost civilization is not always buried in one place. Sometimes it is distributed across movement. It exists in the relationship between mine and settlement and river, river and hill fort and shrine, shrine and road. Remove the paths, and the ancient world becomes a set of disconnected ruins. Restore the paths, and the island begins to breathe again. The rain stops completely. A pale line of evening opens under the clouds. The wet road reflects it faintly, like a narrow strip of sky laid across the earth. You stand there for a moment, feeling the road beneath your feet as both surface and depth. Then you continue into the mist, because somewhere ahead, another buried place waits. And the road, old as habit, knows how to find it. You follow the old road until the mist thickens again. The lane narrows between high hedges, then leaves the fields and climbs toward a ridge where the wind moves colder. Evening has almost gone. The last light lies low behind the clouds, turning the wet ground silver in shallow places. Ahead, beyond a line of dark trees, you see the outline of stone. Not a circle this time, not a tomb, a wall. At first it appears as a broken line across the slope, half swallowed by grass and shadow. Then more shapes emerge, A corner, a fallen block, the suggestion of rooms, a scatter of stone where a building once stood. You step closer, and the ruin becomes clearer. This was a Roman villa, or what remains of one. The walls are low now, but in your imagination they rise again. Roof tiles return to their places. Painted plaster brightens the rooms. A courtyard opens to the sky. Smoke lifts from a kitchen. Somewhere inside, a hypocaust warms the floor from below, sending heat through hidden spaces beneath carefully laid surfaces. Outside, fields stretch into the damp countryside, worked by hands that rarely appear in the polished story of Roman comfort. You walk through the broken entrance. The ground underfoot is uneven, patched with grass and exposed stone. Rainwater sits in shallow hollows. The air smells of wet earth, moss, and old lime mortar. The villa feels quiet, but not empty. It holds the memory of a social world built on land, wealth, labour, and display. Roman villas in Britain were not simply country houses in the modern sense. They were centres of estate life, agricultural production, status, and cultural identity. Some were modest, others were elaborate, as with mosaics, bath suites, heated rooms, painted walls, and imported goods. They show how certain people in Roman Britain adopted or adapted imperial ways of living. But the stones do not tell you how Roman those people felt. You step into a room where a mosaic once covered the floor. Only fragments remain in your imagined ruin. Small tesserae, red, white, black, and yellow, arranged into patterns that once pleased the eye and announced taste, wealth, and connection to a wider Roman world. A person entering this room would understand that the owner had resources. They might also understand that the owner wanted to be seen in a particular way. A mosaic is not only decoration, it is a statement beneath the feet. You kneel near the edge of the floor. The pattern is broken, but still deliberate. Perhaps it showed geometric designs, animals, mythological scenes, or symbols of prosperity. The craftsmanship required skill, planning, materials, and money. Yet outside the room, beyond the villa walls, local fields continued to demand the same ancient labour. Grain had to be grown, animals had to be managed, wood had to be cut, roofs had to be repaired. Winter still came. The surface story is elegance. The deeper story is dependence. You move toward the bath suite. Here, the villa becomes more intimate. A Roman-style bath was not only about washing us. It was comfort, habit, identity, health, leisure, and social performance. Warm rooms, hot rooms, cold plunges, steam, oil, scraping, conversation in a damp British landscape. Heated floors and bathing spaces must have felt extraordinary to those who could access them. You descend slightly into the remains of the hypocaust. The floor above is gone, revealing small stacks of tiles that once supported it. Hot air would have moved through the space below, warming the room from underneath. The engineering's practical and clever. Fire outside the room, heat drawn beneath, warmth rising through stone and tile. You stand among the little pillars and feel the strangeness of it. A hidden fire made luxury possible. Beneath the comfort of the elite was an underground system of heat, smoke, labour, and maintenance. Someone had to feed the furnace, someone had to clean soot, someone had to repair tiles, someone had to understand the draft and keep the system working. The warm floor above depended on unseen work below. The archaeology is solid. The social feeling is harder to recover. Were the people who maintained this system enslaved? Servants, tenants, specialists, family workers, or a mixture depending on the estate? Roman Britain contained many forms of dependence and inequality. But the exact human arrangements inside a single villa can be difficult to reconstruct. The ruin gives you rooms. It does not give you every relationship that passed through them. You leave the hippocaust and walk outside. The fields around the villa are darkening. In the Roman period, this estate may have produced grain, livestock, wool, or other goods for local and wider markets. Roads connected such places to towns, forts, and ports, coins, pottery, glass, metalwork, and building materials moved through these networks. A villa was part of an economic landscape, not an isolated luxury. Still, the old world remained close. Perhaps a prehistoric burial mound stood in view. Perhaps an older track crossed the estate. Perhaps local workers carried beliefs and customs that never appeared in the owner's dining room. Perhaps the villa itself was built on land already shaped by generations of farming before Rome arrived. The building is Roman in form. The ground beneath it is British in depth. You walk along the outer wall. The stones are damp and cold. Some may have been robbed in later centuries, carried away to build barns, churches, walls, or houses. A Roman villa could become a quarry after it ceased to function. Its status collapsed into usefulness. A column base became building stone. A tile became rubble. A carved fragment disappeared into a farm wall. This is how grandeur becomes hidden. Not always through sudden destruction, often through reuse. A building loses its story piece by piece. You imagine the villa after Roman authority weakens. The roof begins to fail. Rain enters rooms once painted and warm. Mosaics crack. Weeds grow in the courtyard. The bath suite cools forever. People may still live nearby, perhaps even inside parts of the structure, adapting rooms for new needs. Or the place may be abandoned, visited only by those taking stone. The estate system changes. The old connections loosen. The road remains, but the world it served is fading. The discovery changes the map, but not all at once. Roman Britain did not vanish in a single night. Its endings were uneven. Some towns declined. Some rural estates continued in altered forms. Some habits persisted. Some skills were lost or transformed. The neat boundary between Roman and post-Roman is easier in textbooks than in wet fields where people still needed shelter, food, water, and community. You stand in the ruined dining room as night settles. The villa is now open to wind. Grass grows where lamps once burned. Rain falls where guests once reclined or sat. The mosaic beneath you is broken, but not silent. It speaks of ambition, identity, comfort, and fragility. The clue is not imaginary. The uncertainty belongs to what people thought they were becoming. Were they Roman Britons, local elites using Roman-style families caught between older loyalties and imperial advantage, people who saw no contradiction at all? The answer may have changed from generation to generation, room to room, person to person. You turn toward the dark fields. Beyond the villa, you imagine smaller homes, labourers' quarters, barns, workshops, animal pens, tracks, and storage spaces. The grand ruin is only the visible centre. Around it was a working world, much of it less durable, less decorated, and less likely to be remembered. That imbalance matters. History often preserves the house of the powerful more clearly than the lives that supported it. You leave the villa through a gap in the wall. Behind you, the ruin sinks back into shadow. The wet stones glimmer faintly under the last light. In the distance, a church bell rings once, far away, from a future the villa will never know. And as you walk into the dark, you realize that buried Britain is not only the story of what was lost before Rome, it is also the story of what Rome built, what Britain absorbed, and what time quietly dismantled until luxury itself became another layer under grass. You leave the ruined villa and follow the land toward the coast. The road grows lonelier as it moves through wet fields and low villages. The air changes before the sea appears. It becomes sharper, salted, and wider. Gulls call somewhere beyond the grey horizon. Wind bends the grass flat and carries the smell of mud flats, tide pools, seaweed, and rain. Head, the land ends. But once it did not. You stand on a cold eastern shore, looking out across the North Sea. Waves move under a heavy sky. The water seems endless, but beneath it lies one of the greatest lost landscapes connected to Britain. Not a mythic Atlantis, not a fantasy kingdom. A real drowned world of rivers, marshes, forests, animals, and human movement. Doggerland. The name is modern, but the place was ancient. During periods after the last ice age, lower sea levels exposed land between Britain and continental Europe. People could move through environments that are now underwater. Rivers crossed plains where fishing grounds now lie. Forests grew where waves now pass. Hunters, gatherers, and later communities lived with a coastline that kept changing around them. The discovery changes the map more than the imagination first allows. You look across the grey water and try to remove the sea. Slowly, the waves withdraw in your mind. Mudflats widen, channels appear, reeds grow along river edges, herds move across open ground, birds rise from wetlands, smoke lifts from a temporary camp. People walk where fishing boats now travel far above them. Britain is no longer an island in the same way. It is part of a larger, shifting world. The map draws a border. The human story leaks through it. You step down toward the shore. Water slides over pebbles and pulls back with a soft hiss. The coastline you see feels permanent because it is familiar. But ancient coastlines moved, sometimes dramatically, as ice melted and seas rose. For prehistoric humans, this was not an abstract climate graph. It was lived reality. A hunting ground became marsh, a campsite flooded, a familiar route vanished, a shoreline crept inland over generations. The evidence is not a single drowned city with walls and towers. It is more haunting than that. Submerged forests, ancient river channels, animal bones, stone tools recovered from seabed contexts, and geological surveys all point to a lost landscape beneath the North Sea. The ground is gone from sight, but not from scientific reach. You imagine walking there before the waters covered it. The air is cold, but warmer than the deepest ice age. The land is wet in places, open in others. A river curves through reeds. Willow and birch grow near low banks. Deer move at the edge of woodland. Fish flash in shallow water. People travel in small groups, carrying tools, hides, baskets, and knowledge of seasonal resources. This is not a city civilization. It is a survival civilization, a civilization of movement, memory, ecological skill, and adaptation. You follow an ancient riverbank in your imagination. The mud holds footprints for a while before water softens them. A child steps where an adult stepped. Someone carries a bundle of reeds. Someone checks a fishing trap. Someone watches birds because birds reveal water, weather, and movement. The world is rich, but unstable. The past gives you traces of environment, but not the full human conversation. You can reconstruct drowned valleys through seismic survey. You can study peat, pollen, sediment, and fossil remains. You can model sea level rise. You can identify where rivers once flowed. But the fear of watching water take a familiar place does not fossilize easily. Nor does the argument about when to move camp, where to go next, or whether the old story still makes sense when the land itself changes. You pause beside an imagined fire near the ancient shore. It is evening. Smoke drifts low over damp ground. Fish cook on sticks. A hide is stretched near the warmth. Tools are repaired. People speak quietly while the tide moves far away, beyond reeds and flats. No one here thinks of themselves as living in a lost world. They are simply living. That is what makes Doggerland so powerful. It became lost later. To them it was home. You look back toward modern Britain. The cliffs and beaches seem solid. but they are only the current edge of a much longer story. The island's separateness, so important to later history, was not always the same. Before the final drowning of the land bridge and lowlands, movement between Britain and the continent was easier in some periods. Animals, people, tools, and ideas crossed through landscapes that no longer exist. The boundary was real eventually, yet never eternal. That changes how ancient Britain feels. It was not always isolated at the edge of the world. It was connected to wider prehistoric Europe through land, climate, migration, and shared adaptation. Later seas made Britain an island. Earlier lives belonged to a broader geography now hidden under water. You walk along the imagined drowned plain. The ground is soft. Reeds brush your hands. Water birds lift suddenly, scattering from a pool. In the distance, dark trees mark higher ground. You hear the low crack of ice memory in the story, even after the glaciers retreated. The world is warming, but warming does not mean simple comfort. It means changing habitats, rising waters, shifting animals, new resources, and old places disappearing. Modern people often think of climate change through charts, headlines, and distant projections. Ancient people felt it through paths that no longer worked, rivers that shifted, storms that cut banks away, and elders remembering places that younger people would never walk. The site is factual, but its emotional life has vanished. You kneel and press your fingers into the wet soil of the imagined plain. This ground will drown, not all at once, not like a single wave swallowing a kingdom in one night, though some catastrophic flooding events may have shaped parts of the story. More often, loss comes slowly. A little farther this season, a little wetter next year. A camp moved inland, a grave left behind, a route abandoned, a memory repeated until no one can point to the place anymore. The ruin explains no empire here. It explains vulnerability. You stand again and the sea returns. The plain disappears under grey water, the reeds vanish, the river becomes a seabed channel. The campfire goes out beneath thousands of years of tide. What remains are traces, recovered from mud, survey data, fishing nets, cores, and careful scientific interpretation. The archaeology is strong enough to stand on in outline, but not enough to hear every voice. You face the water and listen. Waves strike the shore with a slow rhythm. The sound is almost sleepy, yet it carries enormous time. Every wave moves over land where animals walked and people may have watched the sky darken before rain. The sea is not empty. It is a roof over a vanished world. And now the lost civilization beneath Britain deepens again. It is not only buried underground, it is buried under water, not sealed in stone chambers, but dissolved into silt, peat, sand, and memory. A place once crossed by human feet is now hidden beneath shipping lanes and storms. Its people left no monuments you can visit at sunset, no towers, no inscriptions, no famous kings. They left tools, sediments, bones, and the outline of a world that disappeared as the sea rose. You turn from the shore as dusk gathers. Behind you, the North Sea moves in darkness, somewhere beneath it. The old rivers still lie in the shape of the seabed, and for the first time, Britain's buried past feels larger than the island itself. You leave the dark shore and follow the coast southward through the night. The sea remains beside you, unseen but always present, breathing beyond the dunes. Wind moves through marram grass with a dry whisper. Clouds cover the stars. Somewhere offshore, waves pass over the drowned plains of Doggerland, and somewhere inland, beneath roads and towns and fields, other layers wait in silence. By dawn, the coastline has changed. The land rises into cliffs and chalk, pale even under a grey sky. Gulls wheel above you. Salt gathers on your lips. The air smells of seaweed, wet stone, and cold rain. Ahead, on a high place overlooking water, you see the outline of another ancient structure, a fortification, but not like the hill forts of the Iron Age. This one belongs to a later anxiety. You climb toward the remains of a Roman coastal fort, one of those places built when the empire looked outward and saw not only opportunity, but threat. Walls once stood here with military confidence. Towers watched the sea, gates controlled movement. Soldiers waited in rooms that must have smelled of damp wool, oil, leather, smoke, and iron. Now the ruin is open to wind, grass grows where orders were given. Birds nest where guards once watched the horizon. The sea below keeps moving, indifferent to empire. You walk through the broken gateway. The wall survives, but the command behind it has faded. Roman coastal defences in Britain developed across a long and complicated period. Some forts guarded harbours, supply routes, and naval activity. Later coastal forts, especially those often grouped under the idea of the Saxon shore, reflect a world where movement across the sea had become both essential and dangerous. Raiders, traders, migrants, soldiers, merchants, and officials all belong to the same restless edge. The line looks firm from a distance, but lived experience was messier. You stand inside the fort and look toward the water. The horizon is blurred by mist. In clear weather, a watcher might see sails, birds, storms, or nothing at all for hours. Waiting was part of military life, not heroic waiting, not the dramatic moment before battle, but ordinary waiting, cold fingers, wet cloaks, repairs, boredom, rumour, the endless scanning of grey water. What remains is military architecture, but also human waiting. You walk along the inner wall. The stones are rough and damp. Some have been robbed away. Others remain in courses strong enough to show the old plan. Barracks may have stood here. Storehouses there. A command building. A bathhouse. Workshops. Stables. The fort was a machine for control, but it was also a place where people slept, ate, complained, healed, gambled, wrote letters, missed home, and watched weather. The documents give names and dates when they survive. The ground gives cold rooms and worn thresholds. You imagine a soldier standing where you stand. He may not have been born in Italy. The Roman army drew people from across the empire. A soldier in Britain might come from Gaul, Spain, the Balkans, North Africa, the German provinces, or from Britain itself. The empire moved bodies as much as it moved goods. A coastal fort was not only Roman against foreign, it was a meeting place of accents, loyalties, habits, and uncertain futures. The frontier was not the edge of civilization, it was a place where worlds met. You look out toward the sea again. Beyond the water lay continental coasts, river mouths, trading networks, and peoples whose names entered Roman records unevenly, and often through Roman fear. The same sea that brought danger also brought goods, messages, recruits, fashions, and news. A wall facing the sea could never fully separate inside from outside. The tide itself argued against that. The boundary was real, yet never absolute. You descend into what may have been a storage area. The air in your imagination is cool and stale. Amphorae stand in rows. Grain sacks rest on raised floors. Salted food, oil, wine, tools, spare fittings, rope, nails, and military supplies are kept dry as best they can be. A fort survives not by courage alone, but by logistics. Someone counts, someone records, someone repairs, someone notices when stores run low. The stones record policy better than fear, but fear was there, not constant terror and something quieter. The knowledge that a sail on the horizon might mean trade, orders, reinforcements, weather trouble, or violence. The knowledge that the empire was large, but not all-powerful. The knowledge that messages took time, that commanders changed, that pay might be delayed, that local people had their own loyalties, and that the sea could erase certainty overnight. You move toward the barracks. A narrow room appears in the mind, wooden bunks, packs, cloaks drying badly in damp air, a small lamp, the smell of leather and smoke. Someone carves a mark into wood, someone cleans a blade, someone mutters about the cold. Outside, rain begins again, soft at first, then steady. The fort tells you where people slept, worked, and watched. It cannot tell you what they dreamed. Perhaps they dreamed of warmer provinces, perhaps of farms inland, perhaps of families they had not seen in years, perhaps of leaving the army with enough money to begin again. Perhaps they dreamed of the sea itself, endless and grey, carrying unknown ships toward the shore. You leave the barracks and cross the open interior. In the centre, the fort feels exposed. Wind enters from every direction. The walls once made order visible, but they could not remove uncertainty. Late Roman Britain was a world of adjustment. Military priorities shifted, economic systems strained, towns changed, villas declined or transformed. Local elites adapted. Communities continued because daily life had to continue, even when imperial structures weakened. The archaeology is strong enough to stand on, but not enough to hear every voice. You walk to a corner tower. From here, the view is wide. The coast curves away into haze, inland, fields lie quiet. Somewhere beyond them are older hill forts, prehistoric mounds, Roman roads, villages, churches not yet built, and settlements that will vanish before anyone writes their names. The fort seems powerful, yet it is only one layer among many. The stones make order visible, while the landscape keeps its older silence. A coastal fort also reminds you that Britain's buried past is shaped by edges. The edge of land and sea, the edge of empire and local power, the edge of written history and archaeology, the edge between people named by outsiders and people who left no text of their own. You imagine the fort after Rome's authority fades. The garrison thins. Orders arrive less often. Buildings are repaired with whatever is available. Some soldiers become local men with military habits. Some leave. Some stay because there's nowhere else to go. The walls remain useful. Local communities may reuse the space. A fort can become a refuge, a quarry, a settlement, a landmark, or a haunted shell in later imagination. The ruin explains the empire's reach, not every life inside it. You descend from the tower. The rain has stopped, and the sea below glows faintly under a break in the clouds. For a moment, the water looks almost peaceful. Then a darker wave passes through it, and the surface changes again. The fort watched this shifting water for years, perhaps generations, trying to turn uncertainty into defense. You walk back toward the gate. The threshold is worn. Countless feet crossed it. Soldiers, traders, officials, local workers, messengers, prisoners perhaps, families perhaps, people whose lives touch the fort without becoming part of its official story. A military site always contains more than military history. The evidence shows control, contact, and anxiety in the same breath. Outside the wall, grass bends in the wind. The fort behind you begins to shrink into ruin again. Its authority fades with distance. Soon it is only broken stone on a cliff, a place where tourists might stand, take a photograph, and leave without feeling the long waiting inside the walls. But you have felt it now. The cold rooms, the sea watch, the damp barracks, the uncertainty of a world where empire still stood. But the ground beneath it had begun to shift. And as you continue along the coast, you understand that buried Britain is not only hidden because it is ancient, some of it is hidden because power always looks solid until the moment you notice the cracks. You leave the coastal fort and turn inland again. The sea fades behind you, though its salt remains in the air for a long time. The road crosses marshy ground, then rises through fields where rainwater lies in silver patches. By afternoon, the sky has lowered into a heavy grey ceiling, and the countryside seems to narrow around you. Ahead, smoke lifts from a settlement that does not belong fully to Rome anymore, nor fully to the world before it. You approach through wet grass and broken stone. The old Roman road still exists, but it's less certain now. Grass grows through cracks, drainage ditches are clogged, milestones lean or have fallen. A wall that once marked a boundary has been robbed for building material. The empire's geometry remains visible but softened, reused, and interrupted by new habits. This is the post-Roman landscape, a place where history becomes difficult not because nothing happened, but because so much happened without leaving clear records. You pass the remains of a Roman building whose roof has collapsed. Part of one wall still stands. Nearby, someone has built a smaller structure using stones taken from the ruin. Smoke rises from its low doorway. Chickens scratch near a threshold that may once have led into a formal room. A child runs across what used to be a paved courtyard. The old world has not vanished. It has been repurposed. You step carefully through the settlement. The air smells of smoke, wet wool, animals, damp straw, and cooking grain. People move between timber buildings, patched stone walls, fenced yards, and reused Roman foundations. There's no neat line here where Roman Britain ends and early medieval Britain begins. There is only adaptation. The map wants a border. The ground offers a blur. After Roman administration weakened in Britain, life did not simply stop. People continued farming, trading, repairing buildings, burying the dead, telling stories, making alliances and defending themselves. Some Roman habits persisted, some disappeared, some were transformed beyond recognition. Towns shrank or changed function. Villas decayed or were reused. Rural communities adjusted to new power structures. The written record grows thin, and that thinness has tempted many later imaginations. You walk toward a hall built of timber. Its posts are thick, its roof is thatched. Inside, a central fire burns low, sending smoke upward into the dim rafters. People sit along the walls. The room is warm, but shadowed. A leader may speak here. Feasts may be held here. Disputes may be settled. Oaths may be sworn. Travellers may bring news from other valleys, coasts, and kingdoms whose borders are still unstable. The hall is not Roman, but it may stand near Roman stone. That closeness matters. A society can inherit ruins without inheriting the system that made them. People may use a Roman wall because it is strong, a road because it still leads somewhere, a coin as ornament after its economic meaning has shifted. A Latin inscription as mysterious stone long after the words are no longer read by most people nearby. You notice a fragment built into the base of a wall. It bears letters, faint and worn. Perhaps once it named a person, a unit, a god, an emperor, a dedication, a grave. Now it supports a corner of a building where smoke stains the stones. The writing survives physically, but its authority has changed. It is no longer a message in the same way. It has become material. The inscription can be read by modern scholars, but in this imagined village, perhaps almost no one reads it. That is a quiet kind of burial. Not under soil, but under forgetting. You leave the hall and walk toward a burial ground on a low rise. The graves are modest. Some are marked, some are not. In some early medieval cemeteries, grave goods appear: brooches, beads, weapons, knives, buckles, pots, combs, and personal objects can accompany the dead. In others, burial customs change with Christianity. Local practice, status, migration, and belief. The body is placed in the earth. The objects speak, but not fluently. A brooch may suggest identity, gender display, craft, trade, or fashion. A weapon may signal status, role, family memory, or symbolic meaning rather than daily violence alone. Beads may show long-distance contact. Pottery may connect communities. The grave is personal, but also social. It tells the living how to see the dead. You stand beside one imagined grave. Rain has softened the soil. A small object rests near where a hand once lay. It is not treasure in the glittering sense. It is a choice. Someone placed it there. Someone decided the dead should not go into the earth entirely empty. That decision carries feeling, but the feeling does not survive in words. The object remains. The goodbye is gone. This period is often wrapped in phrases like Dark Ages, but darkness is a metaphor that can mislead. The age was not empty. It was full of local power, migration, conflict, farming, craft. Christianity spread, older customs, new languages, shifting identities, and communities trying to survive after imperial structures no longer held the same force. It is dark mainly because our sources are uneven. You walk down from the burial rise. The settlement below is active, but fragile. Fields need work. Animals need guarding. Tools need repair. Food stores need protection. The old Roman town nearby may still hold people, or it may be shrinking into ruins. A fort might become a stronghold. A villa might become a farmstead. A temple might become a quarry. A road might remain the best path through a dangerous landscape. The past is not replaced cleanly. It is scavenged, remembered, misunderstood, and built into the next world. You follow a track toward a ruined bathhouse. The walls still stand low around a space that once held warmth, water, and Roman comfort. Now sheep shelter near one corner. Moss grows over the floor. A tree has rooted in the rubble. The hippocaust that once carried heat is choked with soil. You look down into the little channels beneath the floor and imagine them cold forever. There is something strangely intimate about dead infrastructure. A road no longer maintained, a bath no longer heated, a drain no longer cleared, a roof no longer repaired. Civilization often fails first as maintenance, not as drama, not as a single collapse, but as one repair postponed, then another, until a system becomes a ruin. You sit for a moment on a fallen stone. The air is damp and still. Somewhere nearby, a hammer strikes wood. Someone laughs quietly. A dog barks. Life continues beside decay. That is the most important thing. The end of Roman Britain was not the end of people. It was the end of one arrangement of power, writing, economy, architecture, and administration. Human life flowed into new channels. The buried civilization beneath Britain is layered with such endings. Neolithic tombs were reused or forgotten. Bronze Age wetlands were sealed by peat. Iron Age forts changed meaning. Roman villas fell into grass. Coastal forts watched an empire weaken. Post-Roman communities built with the bones of what came before. You rise as evening approaches. The settlement fires glow, warmer now. Smoke gathers under the low sky. The Roman stones in the walls catch the last light, their cut edges briefly visible beneath mud and moss. For a moment, the village seems to stand inside two worlds at once, one written in Latin, one spoken in voices that mostly vanished. You walk away along the old road. Behind you, the settlement continues into night, neither ancient in the grand sense nor modern in any comforting sense. It belongs to the uncertain middle, where history is most human and least tidy, and as darkness settles over the reused stones, you realize that lost civilizations do not always disappear by sinking, burning, or being conquered. Sometimes they survive as fragments inside the people who no longer know what they have inherited. You leave the post-Roman settlement under a sky the colour of old ash. The road ahead is broken in places, repaired in others, and half lost beneath grass where fewer feet now pass. Behind you, smoke rises from timber halls and reused Roman stones. ahead. The landscape opens into a wide valley where several histories seem to overlap without touching. A river runs through the low ground. A mound stands on one ridge. A ruined wall lies in a field. A church tower waits in the distance, not yet built in the century you're imagining, but already present in the future of the place. You stop at the valley edge and look across it. This is where the idea becomes difficult. A lost civilization sounds like something with a name. A kingdom, a people, a capital, a vanished dynasty. Something a title can hold. But the deeper you descend into Britain's buried past, the less the mystery behaves like one lost nation under the ground. It becomes wider, softer, and more unsettling. It becomes a civilization without a name, not because the people had no names for themselves. They surely did, but because most of those names didn't survive. You walk down toward the river where the grass is wet. The air smells of mud, smoke, and leaves beginning to rot in the hedges. Under your feet are layers of settlement, burial, farming, movement, and belief. Some belong to prehistoric communities, some to Roman Britain, some to later medieval lives. Some cannot be separated cleanly without excavation. The landscape offers evidence in pieces, never in a complete sentence. You kneel beside the riverbank. A fragment of pottery rests in the mud. In another place, it would be catalogued, washed, studied, compared, and dated. Here, in the quiet of the valley, it feels like a small broken word from a language you almost understand. It says, people were here. It says hands-shaped clay. It says food was stored, cooked, served, or carried. It does not say what those people called the river, what songs they sang, or how they explained the dead. The remains are not silent, but they speak in fragments. You rise and follow the water. Along this valley, different communities may have lived at different times without thinking of themselves as part of one continuous civilization. A Neolithic farmer, a Bronze Age metal worker, an Iron Age herder, a Romanized landowner, a post-Roman family, and a medieval villager may all have known this same river in different ways. Each inherited a landscape already marked by someone else. Each added another layer. Each misunderstood some older signs while creating new ones for later people to misunderstand. That is how deep history works. Not as a clean staircase, more like sediment. You pass a low mound in the field. It may once have held the dead. Later people may have used it as a boundary marker. Later still, it may have been ploughed around because the ground was awkward. Someone may have feared it. Someone may have ignored it. Someone may have told children that lights appeared there at night. Someone may have taken stones from it without knowing what they'd disturbed. The object changes meaning as the centuries pass. The ground stays in place. This is one reason the phrase lost civilization is both seductive and incomplete. It suggests disappearance. But many ancient worlds didn't vanish completely. They became ingredients. A sacred spring became a saint's well. A Roman wall became a church foundation. A prehistoric mound became a field boundary. A trackway became a lane. A local god became a name in an inscription. Then a mystery in a museum. The evidence does not vanish. It changes form. You continue toward a ridge where the valley can be seen all at once. The climb is gentle. A cold wind moves across the grass. From above, the pattern becomes clearer. River, fields, road, mound, settlement site, distant church, wooded hill, possible fort, possible quarry, possible burial ground. Nothing here proves a single hidden empire. But everything suggests continuity of human attention. People kept choosing the same useful, meaningful places. Water, high ground, crossings, shelter, stone, fertile soil, routes, views, places where the dead already rested, places where stories already clung. The answer may be practical, sacred, political, or all three at once. You sit on a stone near the ridge and let the valley darken below you. What makes a civilization writing cities monumental architecture? Social hierarchy, shared belief, long-distance trade technology, memory. If the definition is too narrow, much of ancient Britain becomes invisible. If the definition is too loose, every settlement becomes civilization and the word loses power. The more careful path lies between those extremes. You are not looking at one lost Atlantis beneath Britain. You're looking at a deep network of cultures that shaped land, moved materials, organized labor, buried the dead, built monuments, traded across distance, watched the sky, mined stone, crossed wetlands, adapted to climate, and left traces strong enough to survive thousands of years. They deserve weight, even when they lack a single name. You look toward the horizon where mist gathers over the fields. The written sources arrive late and look back through mist. Roman authors named some peoples, described some customs, exaggerated others, misunderstood many. Later medieval writers reshaped memory again through legend, religion, politics, and inherited fragments. By the time a story is written, much has already been lost. The ground, however, began recording earlier. Not in words, in charcoal,
bone,
post holes, pollen, ditches, tool marks, footprints, buried floors, collapsed walls, human remains, objects placed carefully when no accident explains them easily. The material record steadies the story, but never finishes it. You imagine the unnamed civilization as a set of lights appearing across the valley at night. One fire on a hill, one near the river, one inside a roundhouse, one at a mine entrance, one beside a tomb, one in a Roman villa, one in a timber hall built from older stone. They do not all burn at the same time in history, but in your mind they glow together, revealing the hidden shape of human persistence. This is not a lack of mystery, it is a better mystery. Not who built one secret underground city, but how many worlds have been buried beneath the ordinary surface of one island. You stand as the wind grows colder. Below, the river continues through the darkening valley. It has no interest in period labels. Neolithic, Bronze Age, Iron Age, Roman, post-Roman, medieval. These are modern tools, useful but imperfect. The river knew feet, animals, boats, offerings, bridges, floods, and bodies long before anyone sorted time into chapters. The past here is not missing. It is scattered. You begin walking down the far side of the ridge. Each step feels like crossing from one layer into another. The grass bends under your boots and rises slowly behind you. The land does not reveal its secret all at once. It never has. It gives a shard, a wall, a ditch, a bone, a foundation, a road, a drowned forest, a question. Then it waits, and perhaps that is why historians, archaeologists, and listeners keep returning. Not because Britain hides one simple answer beneath the earth, because beneath Britain lies the unsettling truth that human history is deeper, stranger, and more fragile than any name we give it. You descend from the ridge and return toward Roman Britain, but now the ruins feel different. Earlier, the Roman world seemed like a layer of stone laid over older earth. Roads, walls, villas, temples, forts, drains, and towns appeared with the clarity of an empire that wanted to measure and organize. But after walking through mines, tombs, caves, wetland villages, forgotten settlements, and drowned landscapes, you begin to see Roman Britain not as a beginning, but as an interruption inside a much longer human story. You walk through a ruined Roman town at dusk. The streets are damp. Rainwater gathers between broken paving stones. Grass grows where carts once passed. A wall stands to your left, its stones darkened by weather. Ahead, the remains of a forum or public building open into the grey light. The place is quiet now, but in your imagination it fills slowly with movement. Sandals on stone, voices in several languages, a cartwheel jolting over a rut, a trader calling from a doorway, smoke from a cooking fire, a dog nosing through rubbish near a drain. Roman Britain was never just Rome copied onto an island. It was a mixed world, shaped by imperial power, local adaptation, resistance, ambition, imitation, and survival. Imported customs arrived, but they did not erase every older habit. Local people used Roman objects in local ways. Roman buildings stood near older sacred places. Native identities changed, but did not simply vanish. The ruin gives structure, the silence gives atmosphere. You stop beside a small shrine near the edge of the street. It is reconstructed in your mind from foundations, fragments, and scattered finds. A simple building, a sacred space. Perhaps a local deity honoured under a Roman name. Perhaps a Roman god approached by local worshippers with older expectations. Perhaps a place where officials, travellers, merchants, and townspeople each understood the same ritual differently. You can trace the foundation, but not the prayer. That is the quiet problem with echoes. They prove that something sounded once, but not exactly what was said. You enter the shrine. The air inside is warm in the imagined past, scented with oil, smoke, damp wool, and offerings. A small flame burns. Someone places a coin. Someone else leaves a figurine. A traveller pauses before continuing along the road. A mother whispers for healing. A soldier asks for protection. A local farmer may speak a name older than the building itself. Outside, the Roman town continues its business. Inside, older fears remain alive. This is one way ancient Britain survives beneath Roman Britain. Not necessarily as open defiance, not always as resistance, sometimes as habit, as a place chosen again, as a divine name translated, as a spring enclosed in masonry, as a burial custom altered but not erased, as a festival shifted into a new calendar, as a local story carried quietly into a Roman room. The older world is visible only where later centuries failed to cover it completely. You leave the shrine and walk toward a bathhouse. Its walls rise low now, but the layout remains. Cold room, warm room, hot room, furnace area, drains, floors once held above heated spaces. Water and heat made the body feel civilized in Roman terms. Bathing was social, hygienic, pleasurable, and symbolic. Yet here, on the edge of the empire, the bathhouse also becomes a meeting place between imported routine and local reality. The floor is broken. You look down into the hollow beneath it. Heat once moved through that hidden space. Fire burned in a furnace tended by workers whose names are gone. Above, people talked, washed, negotiated, displayed status, gossiped, and rested. Below, smoke, ash, and labour supported the comfort. The surface says refinement. The underside says effort. You continue through the town as evening deepens. In one building, pottery from distant workshops appears beside locally made wares. In another, a writing tablet records business, debt, inventory, or private concern. Elsewhere, animal bones show diet. Seeds reveal food. Shoes preserve the shape of vanished feet. Coins show circulation and authority, but also loss, savings, ritual, and accident. The material trail is visible. The human intention is blurred. A Roman coin in Britain might mean payment, taxation, trade, status, offering, savings, or a keepsake. A brooch might be fashion, identity, gift, or memory. A Latin inscription might show loyalty, ambition, grief, official duty, or simply the desire to be remembered in the language of power. Objects move through lives before they move into soil. You stop at the town wall. Beyond it, the countryside spreads into darkness. Fields, older tracks, Burial mounds, rivers, woods, farms, and hill forts lie outside the ordered enclosure. The wall divides, but not absolutely. People pass through gates, goods enter, animals leave, news travels, old stories cross the threshold without being stopped. The wall can be mapped, the emotional border cannot. Inside the town, Rome makes itself visible. Outside, the older landscape continues breathing, but the division is not clean. A person may live outside and trade inside. A local elite may own a villa and honour a native deity. A soldier may marry locally. A craftsperson may learn Roman techniques while preserving older designs. A child may grow up with more than one language in the air. You walk through the gate, the sound changes immediately. The imagined town behind you becomes softer. Ahead, the road leads into fields. On a rise, a prehistoric mound catches the last light. Rome may have seen it as landmark, curiosity, sacred place, or nothing at all. But it was there before the town and would remain after the town declined. That endurance matters. Stone buildings can seem permanent, but meaning can drain from them. A mound of earth can seem simple, but memory may cling to it for longer than a public hall. The monuments of empire and the marks of older belief do not age in the same way. You turn back and look at the Roman town. Its walls stand firm in the half-light, yet the place now feels less dominant than before. Beneath and around it are older choices. Why this crossing? Why this road? Why this water source? Why this sacred place? Why this pattern of fields? Roman planners made decisions, but they often made them inside a landscape already heavy with human use. The past here is not missing. It is layered under better documented stone. You imagine the town centuries later. The shops close, roofs fail, drains clog, walls are robbed, the bathhouse cools, the shrine is abandoned, reused, or forgotten. Grass moves in. People still pass nearby. Some stones go into churches, barns, boundary walls, or houses. A carved altar becomes a building block. A mosaic disappears under soil. A street becomes a line under a field. The evidence does not vanish. It changes form. This is how echoes work. Roman Britain continues under medieval Britain, under modern Britain, under roads, museums, farmhouses, and city basements. But beneath Rome, older Britain continues too, less visible, less written, but not absent. You cannot peel one away without finding another. You walk down the road as night settles. The sky is deep blue now. The first stars appear between clouds. Your boots touch stones laid by Roman hands, but beneath them may be compacted earth from older feet. Beyond the road, the fields are dark. Somewhere, water moves through a ditch. Somewhere, an owl calls. You feel the island as a stack of echoes. Prehistoric tools under Roman streets, native shrines under classical temples, older roads under imperial roads, local gods beneath Latin names, buried mounds beside villas, ancient springs beside churches not yet built. And suddenly the phrase Roman Britain no longer sounds like a single age. It sounds like one voice added to a deep chamber where many voices had already spoken. You keep walking into the dark. Behind you, the ruined town fades. Ahead, the older landscape waits. You leave the ruined Roman town and walk into medieval Britain. The road narrows into a lane between hedges. The stones beneath your feet become less regular. Grass grows along the centre, wet with night rain. The air smells of wood smoke, damp leaves, and animals kept close to houses. Somewhere ahead, a bell begins to ring, slow and soft, carrying through the morning mist. A village appears. Low cottages gather round a church. Smoke rises from thatched roofs. Chickens move through the mud. A woman carries water from a well. A man repairs a wooden gate. Children stand near a doorway, watching the road with sleepy curiosity. Above them all, the church tower holds the skyline. and beyond the churchyard, fields stretch toward low hills where older mounds are almost hidden by grass. This is a world that believes it knows its past. Saints, kings, battles, miracles, family lines, parish boundaries, old stories told by fires. Medieval Britain is not silent in the way prehistoric Britain is silent. It has documents, charters, chronicles, legal records, church writings, poems, saints' lives, and local legends. Yet more writing does not always mean more clarity. Sometimes it means older memories are rewritten. You walk toward the churchyard. The gravestones are damp. Some names are clear. Others have faded into shallow marks. The church door stands open, and inside you hear the murmur of prayer. The building feels Christian, communal, familiar, and structured. But around it, older shapes remain. A yew tree grows near the wall. A spring lies in a hollow beyond the lane. A low mound sits in a field where no plough cuts deeply. The older world has not disappeared. It has become background. The written sources arrive with confidence, but they often explain the past through the beliefs and needs of their own age. A prehistoric mound might become a giant's grave. A Roman ruin might become the work of devils, saints, fairies, or ancient kings. A natural cave might become a hermit's refuge. A spring with older importance might become holy through association with a saint. The story survives, but changes costume. You step into the church. Candles flicker in the dim interior. The smell of wax, damp stone, rushes, wool, and smoke fills the air. Painted images glow faintly on the walls. The floor is uneven. Beneath it lie burials, earlier foundations, and perhaps reused stone from a Roman structure nearby. The sacred present rests on a material past that may no longer be understood. You move along the wall and notice a carved fragment. Its style feels older than the stones around it. Perhaps it is Roman, perhaps early medieval. Perhaps it was taken from another building and set here because stone was valuable. The person who placed it may not have cared about its original meaning, or perhaps they did, but understood that meaning differently. The fragment has survived. The context has not. Outside, the bell rings again. You leave the church and follow a path toward the spring. It lies beneath trees, where the ground is dark and soft. Water rises clear from the earth and spills into a stone-lined basin. Rags, pins, coins, or small offerings may have appeared at such places across different periods, though each site has its own history. In medieval imagination, springs could heal, bless, punish, reveal, or connect to saints. But water was powerful long before the saint's name arrived. You kneel beside the pool. The surface trembles from falling drops. A leaf turns slowly in the current. The air is cooler here, as it was near the Roman spring, as it was near the prehistoric waters, as it was beside the Thames. The setting changes. The human response feels strangely continuous. What survives is a habit of attention. People keep coming to water. They keep asking. They keep hoping. They keep placing meaning where the earth opens and gives something back. You rise and follow a track beyond the village, toward a ruined abbey in the distance. Its broken arches stand against the grey sky. Sheep graze among fallen stones. Ivy climbs the walls. The place is peaceful now, but in its active life it was a centre of prayer, land-holding, labour, storage, learning, wealth, and authority. You walk through the roofless nave. Rain falls where chants once rose. Grass covers the floor. The columns are broken but graceful. In the silence, you can almost hear footsteps of monks moving through the cloister, the scrape of sandals, the turning of pages, the low singing of offices through the night. An abbey feels far from prehistoric Britain, yet even here memory folds. Monastic houses often owned land filled with older remains. Their estates included fields, woods, quarries, roads, springs, and ruins. Monks copied texts that preserved some names and erased others. They reinterpreted ancient landscapes through Christian history. They may have recorded local legends without knowing that those legends held distorted fragments of a much older past. The past here is not absent. It is filtered. You pause beside a fallen arch. Medieval people didn't look at ruins the way modern archaeologists do. A Roman wall might be admired, feared, quarried, inhabited, or explained through legend. A prehistoric earthwork might be called a camp, a giant's work, a fairy place, or a burial of people from a heroic age. Without modern dating, the deep past collapsed into a misty category of oldness. That misunderstanding matters because it preserved feeling, even when it lost accuracy. A mound could remain special because people kept telling stories about it. A cave could remain avoided because the story made it dangerous. A spring could remain visited because a saint replaced an older presence. A road could remain in use because feet remembered what books did not. You walk beyond the abbey to a hillside where an ancient earthwork lies under rough grass. In medieval memory, it may have been linked to a battle that never happened there, a king who never stood there, or a giant who never existed. The story may be false in detail, yet true in one important way. It marks the place as different. It tells people to notice it. The landscape offers evidence in pieces, never in a complete sentence. Legend is not proof, but legend can be a footprint of attention. You sit on the bank and look down toward the village. Smoke rises from chimneys. The church tower stands in mist. The abbey ruin waits behind you. The spring murmurs in the trees. Beyond them all, older sites lie beneath fields. Some remembered wrongly, some not remembered at all. Medieval Britain remembers the ancient world imperfectly, but perhaps all societies remember imperfectly. Today, you have scientific dating, excavation reports, satellite imagery, LIDAR scans, museum catalogues, and careful scholarship. Medieval villages had stories, saints, boundaries, fears, songs, and inherited names. They could be wrong about the past, but they were not indifferent to it. They lived among ruins. They folded them into meaning. You stand as evening returns. The abbey bells do not ring now. The church bell in the village sounds once distant and soft. The air cools. Mist gathers at the base of the hill. The ancient earthwork under your feet becomes harder to see as the light fades, but it does not vanish. That is how memory works in this landscape. It dims. It changes. It attaches itself to new names. It becomes legend when evidence is missing. It becomes silence when legend fails. You begin walking back toward the village. A dog barks near a cottage. Someone closes a door. Smoke thickens in the lane. The church tower rises above the roofs, familiar and reassuring, but behind it the older world remains, half buried in story. And as you pass the spring one last time, you understand that Britain did not simply forget its buried civilization. It remembered it wrongly, tenderly, fearfully, and again and again. You leave the medieval village before dawn. The lane is quiet, and the cottages behind you are still dark except for one faint glow under a door. The church tower fades into mist. The spring murmurs somewhere beyond the trees, carrying its older memory beneath the saint's name. As you walk away, the road becomes wider, harder, and gradually more modern. Centuries pass under your feet. The fields are enclosed. The villages grow. The towns thicken. The ruins are quarried or named, misnamed, fenced, sketched, romanticized as ignored, and finally studied. You're moving now into the age when Britain begins to look back at itself with new hunger, not just to remember, to collect, to measure, to classify, to possess the past. The morning opens over an 18th century landscape. Mist lies in low meadows. A manor house stands on a rise, its windows pale in the early light. Beyond it, in a field, a group of men examine an ancient mound. One holds a notebook, another carries tools. A labourer waits beside a cut in the earth. The mound has stood for thousands of years, but now it is about to be opened in the name of curiosity. You approach slowly. The grass is wet. The air smells of soil, horses' wool, and cold iron. The mound itself is quiet, rounded, and patient. It has survived weather, farming, memory, fear, and legend. But the people around it do not see it only as a resting place. They see an antiquity, a puzzle, perhaps treasure, perhaps proof of an ancient race, perhaps a story that can be owned by the person who uncovers it. The past is becoming an object of desire. Early antiquarians were not modern archaeologists. Some were careful observers for their time. Others dug roughly, removed objects without context, or interpreted finds through biblical chronology, classical texts, local legend, nationalism, or imagination. Their work preserved some information and destroyed much else. They opened tombs, recorded inscriptions, collected coins, drew ruins, mapped earthworks, and sometimes misunderstood nearly everything they touched. The evidence points, but it does not speak in full sentences. You stand beside the cut in the mound. Dark soil has been exposed. Stones appear beneath it. Perhaps there is a burial chamber, perhaps cremated bone, perhaps pottery, perhaps nothing that satisfies the digger's expectations. The mound's meaning does not depend on their disappointment, but their records may shape how later generations understand it. A labourer lifts a small object from the earth. Everyone leans closer. It might be a bead, a sherd, a bone fragment, a metal fitting, or a worked flint. In that moment, the ancient dead are translated into a gentleman's note, a sketch, a cabinet label, a private collection, perhaps eventually a museum drawer. The object has survived thousands of years underground. Now it enters another kind of burial, the burial of classification. You follow the object in your imagination. It is cleaned, it is handled, it is shown after dinner, it is compared with objects from other counties, it is given a theory. It may be called Druidic, Roman, British, Saxon, Danish, or something else according to the knowledge and prejudices of the age. It may be placed beside fossils, shells, coins, weapons, and curiosities from distant lands. The object is safer now in one sense, but farther from its original world. The record is generous with traces and quiet about motives. You leave the mound and walk toward a town where a museum will one day stand. Its streets are muddy at first, then paved. Its houses multiply. Its shop windows brighten. Time accelerates softly. By the 19th century, railway lines cut across the countryside. Factories smoke in the distance. Workers dig foundations, canals, tunnels, drains, and quarries. Britain's buried past begins appearing not only in ancient fields, but under the pressure of industry. A skeleton beneath a street, a Roman mosaic under a building site, a hoard in a ploughed field, a prehistoric tool in gravel, a buried wall discovered during drainage, a cave opened by quarrying. Progress keeps striking older worlds with its shovel. You walk beside a railway cutting where fresh earth exposes layers like a torn page. Workers have sliced through the ground for a line that will carry coal, passengers, goods, soldiers, newspapers, and speed. In the exposed bank, darker stains appear, old ditches, pits, perhaps a burial, perhaps a settlement edge. The modern world is not gently discovering the past. It is cutting through it. The sight allows you close, then withholds the final step. A railway engineer may notice the finds. A local scholar may be called, or no one may care. Objects may be pocketed, thrown aside, sold, broken, or lost. Industrial Britain uncovered enormous amounts of archaeology, but not always in ways that preserved context. The past surfaced because the present was digging aggressively. You stand near the cutting as a train passes. Steam rolls across the field. The sound is heavy, metallic, and alive. For a moment, the ancient ditch in the earth and the iron track above it seem to belong to different planets. Yet both are human lines across land. Both require labour. Both change movement. Both declare that people are never content merely to inhabit a landscape. They remake it. You continue toward a museum. Inside, glass cases glow in soft light. Roman coins, bronze axes, iron spearheads, Neolithic flints, medieval tiles, fragments of pottery, carved stones, human remains, perhaps once displayed more casually than would feel respectful today. Labels try to organize time into categories: Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, Roman, Saxon, Medieval. The categories are useful. They are also blunt. You walk from case to case. Each object has been removed from weather, soil, and darkness. It can now be studied, protected, compared, and admired. But something has changed. A bronze axe in a case is no longer heavy with the same forest, hand, trade route, or ritual possibility. A Roman coin behind glass no longer lies in mud near a crossing. A burial object no longer rests beside the dead. What can be measured is not always what mattered most. Modern archaeology improved the story by learning to value context, stratigraphy, careful recording, environmental sampling, radiocarbon dating, typology, aerial photography, geophysics, LiDAR, DNA analysis, isotope studies, underwater survey. Each method gave the buried world a clearer voice. Each also reminded researchers how much had already been lost through earlier digging, erosion, construction, and careless collecting. You leave the museum and step into a modern city. Cars move over roads, people hurry with phones in their hands, shops glow, buses hiss at stops. Beneath the pavement, older streets lie compressed. Roman layers, medieval drains, lost cellars, filled wells, burial grounds, timber buildings, rubbish pits, flood deposits, fire layers. The city feels modern because its surface is loud, but underneath it is crowded with the dead. You descend into an archaeological excavation beneath a development site. Floodlights hum, plastic sheeting flaps softly. The air smells of wet soil, diesel, concrete dust, and old earth. Archaeologists work carefully with trowels, brushes, measuring tapes, tablets, cameras, and sample bags. A modern building will rise here, but first the ground must speak. The facts are firm, but the human centre is missing. A wall emerges, then a floor, then a pit, then a small object that someone dropped centuries ago. The scene is calm, almost tender. No treasure chest opens. No forbidden chamber reveals a perfect answer. Instead, there is patience, scraping, recording, bagging, drawing, noticing colour changes in soil, listening to what most people would walk over without seeing. This is the modern form of descent, not always into caves or tunnels, but into attention. You stand at the edge of the trench and look down. The layers are visible now. Modern rubble, Victorian disturbance, medieval occupation, Roman debris, perhaps earlier soil beneath. The city is not built on the past in a poetic sense only. It is physically built on it. Every new foundation negotiates with older lives. The place keeps one hand open and one hand closed. It gives walls, dates, seeds, bones, or pottery and post holes. It withholds names, voices, private fears. The exact reason someone placed an object in a pit. The memory of a conversation beside a hearth. The final thought of a person buried under a street now filled with traffic. You climb out as evening falls over the city. The excavation lights glow below you like a small artificial underworld. Above, office windows shine. People pass by without knowing that a buried room has been uncovered a few meters away. The old and new worlds are separated by a fence, a permit, a schedule, and a layer of soil. But only barely. You walk away through the city streets, and the pavement feels thinner than before. The buried civilization beneath Britain has not refused explanation because historians are hiding something. It resists explanation because it is too layered, too human, too damaged, too transformed, and too vast to become one simple story. The past is visible here, but not obedient, and as the city lights brighten in the rain, you realize that archaeology does not end the mystery. It teaches you how to stand inside it carefully. You leave the modern excavation as rain begins to fall again. The city glows around you, all glass, traffic, wet pavement, and reflected light. People move quickly under umbrellas. A bus sighs at the curb. Somewhere above, office windows shine with the pale blue of screens. Beneath all of it, the trench remains open for a little longer, holding Roman walls, medieval pits, broken pottery, old seeds, and soil darkened by fires that went out centuries ago. You walk through the rain and feel the pavement differently now. It no longer seems like a surface. It feels like a lid. The deeper you have travelled through Britain's buried past, the less the title feels like a single accusation. Historians do not refuse to explain one lost civilization because of fear or secrecy. The truth is quieter and more unsettling. The buried world beneath Britain is not one clean mystery waiting for a dramatic answer. It is 1,000 partial answers, each one true, each one incomplete, each one leading downward into another. You turn into a narrow street. Modern buildings press close on both sides. Rainwater runs along the curb. Beneath the road may be earlier roads, drains, cellars, wells, rubbish pits, burials, workshops, and forgotten thresholds. A city is not only built upward, it is also compressed downward. Every generation adds weight. The ground remembers sequence better than emotion. You pass a construction fence. Behind it, machines stand still for the night. Their metal arms are wet and dark. In daylight, they will dig again, lifting soil that may contain Victorian glass, medieval pottery, Roman tile, animal bone, or the faint remains of something older still. Modern development often becomes the accidental doorway into deep time. A crane turns slowly in the wind. It looks almost like a giant measuring instrument above the sleeping city. You imagine the city peeled back layer by layer. First the asphalt, then the pipes, cables, concrete and foundations, then 19th century cellars and drains, then medieval streets, yards, wells and rubbish pits, then Roman roads, walls, floors and hearths, then earlier soil, cut by ditches and post holes, then perhaps traces so faint that only careful sampling can find them. The ruin gives a shape, but not a confession. Each layer can be studied, each can be dated, each can be mapped, but the human centre remains difficult. Why did someone bury a small object beneath a threshold? Why did a family abandon a room? Why did a community keep returning to a place long after its first meaning faded? Why did one road survive while another vanished? Why did one spring become holy and another remain ordinary? The facts are firm in places, the motives flicker. You continue toward the river. The rain softens into mist. Streetlights blur on the wet pavement. The river appears between buildings, dark and slow, carrying reflections of bridges and windows. Rivers are among the oldest archives in Britain, but they are restless archives. They receive objects, bodies, silt, offerings, rubbish, boats, weapons, coins, and stories. They preserve some things and scatter others. You stand at the railing. The water below moves quietly, almost black. In earlier centuries, this river may have been a road, boundary, market edge, sacred place, danger, food source, sewer, and memory line. It has watched prehistoric travellers, Roman merchants, medieval boatmen, early modern traders, industrial workers, and modern commuters cross its bridges without agreeing on what the river meant. The same place can hold many meanings without choosing one. That is why the buried civilization beneath Britain resists simple explanation. You look down into the water and imagine a bronze object falling through it. It turns once, catches light, then disappears. Was it lost, offered, thrown away? Hidden, taken from someone dropped during crossing, placed deliberately in a moment of grief or gratitude. Archaeology can sometimes narrow the possibilities through context, where, breakage, location, pattern, and comparison. But it cannot always restore the moment of decision. The clue is real. The conclusion must stay careful. You leave the river and walk toward an old neighbourhood where modern shops occupy buildings that replaced older buildings, which replaced older buildings still. A cafe glows warm behind glass. Someone laughs softly inside. A delivery rider passes with a phone mounted on the handlebars. Beneath the wheels, the buried city remains patient. It is strange how close the ancient world is. Not far away, not in a desert, not only in museums. Under the crossing, under the churchyard, under the market, under the car park, under the train station, under the quiet suburban garden, under the field where sheep graze without concern. The past is visible here, but not obedient. You imagine a map of Britain at night, not with modern towns and motorways, but with hidden lights marking buried places, stone circles, chambered tombs, hill forts, Roman forts, villas, mines, trackways, wetland settlements, drowned forests, deserted medieval villages, caves, hoards, springs, shrines, forgotten cemeteries, lost roads, ancient fields. The island glows from below, not with one lost civilization, but with many worlds touching, overlapping, replacing, and misunderstanding one another. You walk on as the rain stops. A cold wind moves through the street. Somewhere, a church bell rings the hour. The sound travels between buildings and fades. Bells are late in the story, yet their sound seems to reach backward, across graves, walls, roads, and wells. Time does not truly echo, of course. Stone and air do not remember in the way people remember, but places can gather enough human repetition to feel almost conscious. A threshold crossed for centuries, a path walked until it becomes a lane, a spring visited until it becomes holy, a mound avoided until the reason is forgotten, a ruin quarried until its stones live inside another building. The record is generous with traces and quiet about motives. You reach a small square where an old stone has been set upright near a wall. Most people pass it without looking. Perhaps it is a boundary stone, a reused fragment, a marker, or a decorative survival from another structure. Its surface is worn. Rain gathers in its cracks. It stands in the modern square like a word from a sentence that has lost the rest of its grammar. You place your hand on it in your imagination. Cold, rough, still. The stone does not reveal a secret. It does something more honest. It reminds you that the past is not obligated to become clear just because you want it to. It can be studied, respected, reconstructed, and approached with care, but it will always keep part of itself beyond reach. That is not failure. That is history. You begin to understand the emotional power of buried Britain. It is not only about what archaeologists find. It is about what the finds do to your sense of time. A Roman shoe under a street makes the modern city feel thin. A prehistoric trackway under peat makes the bog feel inhabited. A drowned forest under the sea makes the coastline feel temporary. A child's object in a settlement pit makes thousands of years collapse into one small human gesture. What survives is enough to disturb certainty, not enough to complete the story. You look up at the buildings around the square. Their windows reflect the night. Behind them, people are cooking, reading, arguing, sleeping, scrolling, worrying, remembering, forgetting. One day, their world too will become a layer. Plastic, brick, concrete, glass, wiring, coins, toys, bones, foundations, chemical traces, digital devices that may not speak clearly to anyone in the far future. Modern life feels permanent because you are inside it. So did every buried world. That thought is gentle, but it is not comfortable. You leave the square and walk toward the edge of the city, where the lights thin and the land begins to open again. Behind you, the streets continue glowing. Beneath them, the older city sleeps in pieces. Ahead, the dark countryside waits with its mounds, roads, fields, and unseen chambers. The final mystery is no longer whether a lost civilization lies beneath Britain. It does. Many do. The deeper question is how much of any human world can ever truly be explained once its voices are gone. You keep walking into the quiet, and the rain begins again. Soft as soil falling back over a carefully opened trench. You leave the edge of the city and walk back into open country. The rain has become very light now, almost mist. It touches your face without sound. Behind you, modern streets glow faintly, then fade behind trees and distance. Ahead, the land rises into soft dark hills, and beyond those hills lie fields, ruins, rivers, churches, caves, mines, drowned plains, and roads that have carried human feet for longer than anyone can remember. This is Britain at its deepest. Not one island, many islands of time stacked inside one another. You climb a low hill before dawn. The grass is wet, the wind is gentle. At the top, the world opens around you in a wide, sleeping silence. A church tower stands far away. A river bends through the valley. A Roman road, almost invisible now, runs beneath a modern lane. A prehistoric mound lies in a field. Somewhere beyond the ridge, an old mine shaft enters chalk. Farther still, the sea covers forests and plains that once held human footsteps. You stand still. For the first time, the whole journey gathers around you. The buried city beneath London, the river mud of the Thames, the Roman roads covering older paths, the mines dug by Neolithic hands, the stone circles holding sky and silence, the tombs where the dead stayed near the living, the villages hidden beneath fields, the wetland houses preserved in dark water, the hill huts watching the horizon, the temples built over older sacred places, the churches standing on layered ground, the caves breathing cold air from inside the earth, the bog paths crossing dangerous wetlands, the drowned world beneath the North Sea, the ruins reused, renamed, forgotten, and found again, the island beneath the island. That is what you've been walking through. Not a single lost civilization in the simple sense. A deep human archive, a place where history survives unevenly, where stone outlasts wood, where soil keeps what memory drops, where water preserves and destroys, where empire writes loudly and ordinary people vanish quietly. The mystery is not that Britain has no explanation. The mystery is that it has too many layers for one explanation to hold. You look down at the ground beneath your boots. A worm moves through soil. Roots hold the hill together. Rainwater travels into darkness. Beneath the grass may be nothing unusual, or there may be a ditch, a shard, a burial, a trace of fire, a flint flake, a coin, a post hole, a seed, a bone, a forgotten line where people once walked. The surface never tells the whole truth. The land gives evidence slowly, reluctantly, and often by accident. A plough cuts deeper than usual. A drought reveals crop marks. A builder opens a trench. A storm erodes a bank. A diver sees timber underwater. A museum drawer is re-examined. A new method changes an old conclusion. The past is not static. Even after thousands of years, it keeps becoming visible in new ways. But visibility is not the same as completeness. You can map a road and still not know the stories told along it. You can date a tomb and still not know the grief that entered it. You can identify a tool and still not know the hand that loved using it. You can reconstruct a drowned plane and still not hear the voices that crossed it before the sea came in. The facts are firm where they are firm. The human centre remains partly hidden. You walk down the hill toward a small stream. Dawn begins to soften the sky. The water is narrow, clear, and cold. It runs over stones with a gentle sound. You crouch beside it and notice how familiar the motion feels after the whole journey. Springs, rivers, bogs, seas, wells, drains, and rain have followed you from the beginning. Water has carried offerings, swallowed land, preserved wood, filled mines, cooled caves, and shaped settlements. Water remembers differently from stone. Stone stands, water moves. So does history. You rise and follow the stream until it meets a lane. The lane passes between hedges where birds are beginning to stir. In the pale morning, everything looks harmless. A field, a wall, a gate, a church spire, a patch of woodland. Yet now every ordinary thing seems doubled. There is the thing itself, and there is the older thing beneath it. A field may be a village. A lane may be a prehistoric route. A church may rest near an older sacred place. A hill may be built. A river may hold offerings. A coastline may hide a drowned forest. A modern city may be a roof over many dead worlds. This is the final movement of the mystery. Not fear, recognition. You begin to understand that what lies beneath Britain is not only archaeology, it is the human condition made visible. Every generation believes itself to be the surface. Every generation walks over earlier lives with some mixture of ignorance, reverence, use, and forgetting. Every generation leaves traces for strangers who may one day misunderstand them. The ancient people beneath Britain were not waiting to become content, evidence, or mystery. They were living. They woke cold. They made tools. They buried loved ones. They crossed rivers. They watched the sky. They repaired roofs. They feared sickness. They taught children. They argued beside fires. They followed roads. They touched stone. They entered darkness. They looked at changing water and wondered what would remain. You continue along the lane. The first light reaches the hedges. Leaves shine with rain. A distant bell rings once. Faintly, from a village not yet awake. The sound drifts across fields and fades. Beneath that bell, all the older silences remain. Prehistoric silence. Roman silence. Medieval silence. The silence of people unnamed, unrecorded, and still present in the ground. The place is not empty. It is full beyond hearing, and perhaps that is the answer historians do not refuse, but cannot reduce. The lost civilization buried beneath Britain is not a forbidden secret. It is a truth too layered for a single headline. It is the long accumulation of people who shaped the island before the island became familiar. It is the hidden underground of ordinary lives, great monuments, failed systems, sacred waters, lost roads, drowned lands, and reused stones. You reach a final rise as the sun begins to lift behind cloud. The landscape glows softly. No chamber opens. No perfect map appears. No ancient voice returns to explain everything. Only the land remains, quiet and wet with morning unholding more than it reveals. You stand there and breathe slowly. The island beneath the island is still below you, and it will be there after you leave. The torchlight is almost gone now. It fades along wet stone walls. along the old staircases, along the Roman streets beneath the city, along the quiet tomb passage where cold air rests without moving. The journey settles behind you like mist over hills. The mines grow dark again. The river smooths itself under the rain. The caves return to their dripping silence. The drowned forests sleep beneath the sea. You do not need to follow the tunnels any farther tonight. The old roads can continue without you. The buried villages can remain beneath their fields. The stones can stand in the fog, patient and unreadable. Outside, the world is softer now. Rain falls lightly on grass, rooftops, churchyards, and empty lanes. Far away. A bell sounds once, then disappears into the grey morning. Embers glow low in an ancient hearth that no longer needs tending. Wind moves gently through ruined arches, through dark trees, through the high grass over forgotten graves. All the unanswered things can rest. The names that vanished, the paths that sank, the chambers that closed, the rivers that carried secrets away, the people who lived before the records began. Let them become quiet now. Let the island keep its layers. Let the earth hold what it has held for thousands of years. And as the last flame lowers, you can imagine yourself above ground again, breathing cool air on a misty hill, safe beneath the dark sky, while all of Britain's hidden worlds sleep below. The rain softens, the wind slows, the ruins fade. Sweet dreams,